Mercy. Good morning. I am super excited to be here to welcome everyone to this fabulous event. Before we get started, let me just tell you a little something about our wonderful host. Rachel Wilson Thibodeaux loves God, her husband, and her fur baby, a good book, business, and chocolate, sometimes chocolate. Takes priority. Don't judge her. She is an awesome, fabulous coach and business consultant. She's an expert at eating pasta and wearing high heels, albeit for limited time periods. Two skill sets she believes are very undervalued. Rachel is also an award winning speaker, brand and marketing strategist specializing in organic marketing, podcast host, and Amazon best selling author. Her book, Brand, Sell, Profit, Slay Your Brand, Sell Like a Champ, and Profit Like a Boss has been a game changer for many entrepreneurs, marketers, and other brand builders. Rachel is the founder of Swag Strategy Solutions, where swag is not just a cool name. Although it is cool, it is an acronym that stands for Strategic Women Achieve Growth. Impact driven women business owners, particularly those with backgrounds in corporate education, along with service providers and industry experts, turn to Swag Strategy Solutions when they want a breakthrough in their brands, leading to connections that convert, effectively positioning and pinching their offers to their most profitable clients. Swag Strategy Solutions clients break through to more clarity, more credibility, and more visibility. A content-rich, powerful speaker, Rachel has shared the stage with the likes of Robin Roberts of Good Morning America, as well as best-selling author, military hero, and former Dancing with the Stars winner, J.R. Martinez. Rachel resides in Houston with her husband and daughter, a feisty Shih Tzu known as the other Olivia Pope. It is my pleasure, everyone, to introduce you to a wonderful, fabulous boss up, showed up, grown up. Our host is Rachel Wilson Thibodeaux. She bossed up when she left her lucrative corporate America job to become her own boss. She showed up and reached success with her book, Brand Sell Profit. And she is a force behind Swag Strategy Solutions, where she has grown up her company and everyone that she impacts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with so much excitement that I introduce to you the one who will absolutely show you how to boss up, show up, and grow up. Brains behind Swag Strategy Solutions, Rachel Wilson Thibodeaux.
Woo! Thank you, Coy.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be with you. We have already had a bit of an adventure because it's summer, if not all of you know, we're live streaming, we're on live, we're using multiple tools, devices, and so as you know, sometimes does not always cooperate. So I apologize for any delays or what have you, but we are here. Yes. Coy, thank you very much. How are you
You are
today?
so welcome. So welcome. Have a wonderful, wonderful. I can't wait to get to the goods.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, you guys. So let's jump in. All right. I'm just trying to contain myself and just kind of calm down because I am super excited to be with you for Boss Up, Show Up, Grow Up, the virtual experience. Before we really jump into the content and the awesomeness that I have to share with you, just a few housekeeping items. So as I mentioned, we are on live right now. Registrants, if you registered for this event and you want to experience it again, or if you are not able to be with us throughout the entire day, because this is essentially a one-day conference. So we're going to be on from now until roughly 5:15-ish, about 5:15, perhaps between 5:15 and 5:30 p.m. That's Central Standard Time. You will have access to a recording for 10 days following this event. So again, if you registered for the event, you will get that recording. And you should be able to access it right here where we are currently. The same link that was provided to you to access today should give you access to the recording. If you have any problems with that, then certainly let us know. You can shoot an email to info@Swag Strategy Solutions. Excuse me, that's not correct. info@swagstrategy.com. Again, that's info@swagstrategy.com with any questions. Also, if you see me kind of looking from side to side, it's because I am using two devices because I have some other information that I'll be referencing. So don't think that I'm not giving you my undivided attention. I absolutely am. So guys, we are doing a giveaway. I know a lot of people love a good giveaway. And what that means is there are prizes, okay? So there are a few prizes that you can win, and I'm going to tell you how you can qualify to win one of those prizes. And the prizes include a free copy of my book, Brand Sell Profit, Slay Your Brand, Sell Like a Champ, and Profit Like a Boss. So you'll get a free copy of that, a hard copy, an autographed copy. That is one of the prizes. Another prize is a Amazon gift card, $50 Amazon gift card. And another prize is a free social media or brand audit. One or the other, it's your choice, a social media or brand audit. And you guys, those are valued at about $300. That's where I will go in and look at up to three of your, if you do the social media audit, I'll look review up to 3 of your social media platforms and provide you feedback via a video. I break down everything, really get detailed about what I think you're doing right and what I think you can improve upon with your social media. The brand audit, I do the same, but in terms of your brand. So your brand message, your branding. If you, I'll look at your website. If you want me to review your business cards, your logo, your brand message, your brand strategy, I will review all of that. So that's what the social media and the brand audits are. And I'm giving away one or the other, one of those, and it will be the choice of the winner as part of these prizes. So what to do to get or to qualify for one of those prizes. And you can do at least 2 of these things, but to qualify for the audit, you have to do at least 3. I'm going to give you 4 to 5 things you can do. So the first thing you can do is to comment. Now that's very simple. You can comment right here as you're watching. Just drop a comment. It could be as simple as your name. It can be where you're from. Certainly if you have questions, but comment. All right. So that is one thing you can do. Another thing you can do, if you're not already doing so, if you can just tell me that you are already following me over on Instagram. All right. So you can find me on Instagram at rachel.theswagstrategist, rachel.theswagstrategist on Instagram. So you need to be following me on Instagram. Also, you can share something out about the event. So if you use hashtag #BossUpShowUp, hashtag #BossUpShowUp, you can do this on Twitter. You can do this on Instagram. You can do it on Facebook, but use that hashtag. And it can be a picture of you talking about the event. It can be a picture of me. If you want to take a screen print of me or something you see on screen, you can do that. And hashtag #BossUpShowUp. You can also tag me. So doing any of what I just mentioned, if you want to take a picture of you, if you want to take a picture of something going on with the event, and tag me on social media. I just gave you my Instagram username. You can also tag me on LinkedIn. You can find me on LinkedIn at Rachel W. Thibodeaux or Rachel Wilson Thibodeaux. And Thibodeaux is THIB as in boy, OD is in David, EAUX. I get a lot of practice spelling my last name. So in case you didn't know, that's how you can find me. You can tag me on Facebook. You can tag me on Twitter. On Twitter, I am Swag Strategist. Swag Strategist on Twitter. Swag Strategist on Twitter. And let me see, I want to make sure I'm not leaving anything out. Oh, and the other thing, you can write a review of my podcast. You can do a review of my podcast, which is Project Get Out Your Own Way podcast. Project Get Out Your Own Way podcast, which you can find on Apple, on Stitcher, Spotify, the usual places. I would prefer you write a review on Apple. You can also write one, I believe, on Stitcher, but I prefer it on Apple. So that is something else you can do to enter the contest to win one of those prizes. So at least 2 of those things will enter you. At least 3 needs to be done if you want to be entered for the social media or brand audit. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think that is everything. I have my cheat sheet here. Oh, I forgot one other thing you can do. One other thing you can do to enter for the prizes is to join the Facebook group, the Boss Up Show Up Facebook group. That Facebook group is for people, I'm sure, like yourself. Some of you may already be in the Facebook group. And if that's the case, just let me know that you're already in the group. That will count. But Boss Up Show Up is a Facebook group for entrepreneurs. It is for brand builders. It is for sales pros, people in direct sales. experts, speakers. It's for those who are serious about bossing up. It's for those who are serious about holding themselves accountable. It's for those who realize they have to first boss themselves. We all have to first boss up ourselves before we can boss others and before we can boss up in other areas. So I encourage you to join the Facebook group, Boss Up, Show Up. And there are a couple of questions you'll need to answer before being approved to join. All right. So just keep that in mind, because sometimes people come in, they don't want to answer any of the questions. The questions are there for a reason. Okay. All right. So few things, or a few other things. Coy already shared with you things about me, but just a couple of other things if you are new to me that you should know. So one, I have a sense of humor. I love to laugh. I have no problem cracking my own self up. You should be aware of that. So no problem cracking my own self up. I'm just repeating that. Also, I am a person of faith. I am a woman of faith. I am a Christian. I don't apologize for that. However, I am one of those Christians who occasionally curses. So you should know that. Now, I wouldn't say I'm a big, well, my brother may disagree. I don't think I'm a big cursor, but I curse and I may occasionally curse during today. So just giving you FYI, okay? Now, some of you could care less. Others that may bother you, let me apologize in advance. And not so much, let me apologize if it offends you. I'm not going to apologize for being me, but I do realize that it may offend some people. So just FYI, okay? And excuse me. And I want you guys to come away, if you don't come away with anything else, whenever I speak, whenever I train, whenever I consult, but especially when I have a captive audience, and either whether that is in the moment, in real time, or even if it's later with virtual events, certainly there are recordings available. And so people are often watching after the fact. They're watching a recording, they're watching a replay. Whenever it is, especially though, when I have a platform like this, I want you to shift the way you are thinking about some things. And for some of you, that may not be necessary, but for others, it probably is. And so I want you, hopefully you are open to that. You are open to shifting. You're open to changing the way you think about some things, the way you look at some things, and just really focused and intentional on becoming the best version of you. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. So let's jump in and let's start with boss vision and mindset. That is the first thing we are going to look at. All right, let's see. Let me just get this set up so I can share my screen. Let's see here. Guys, just give me a moment. All right, let's see. And also, I didn't mention, and I don't want to forget, certainly, make sure you have something to take notes with. You want to have something to take notes with. Pen and paper, if you're old school, if you use a computer, if you use a tablet, but if you don't already, definitely you want to have something to take notes, because you're going to want to take notes. Now, unless you are driving or something, and frankly, if you're driving, you probably shouldn't be on, especially since this is video. You shouldn't be watching a live stream. Now, I said shouldn't be. I'm a little guilty of that. I've done it before, but I don't make that a habit. And so I want people to be safe. Okay. So, boss vision slash mindset, because those kind of go hand in hand. Your vision is rooted in your mindset. And so we hear a lot about vision and how important it is to have vision. What is your vision? Et cetera, et cetera. But if your mindset is off, if your mindset is negative, if your mindset has not developed, if it's not evolved, then your vision will reflect that, because your vision can only go as far as the way you think. All right. So let's first kind of deal with the mindset. All right. And the reason mindset is really important to everything we do, it's really important to who we are. It's central to who we are, what we do, what we are able to do. It's really what you believe. That's what it comes down to. And so I'll ask you a few questions, and these are not rhetorical questions. I want you to write these questions down. I want you to think about these questions, and I want you to answer these questions. If you have trouble answering them, maybe you go away a bit and then you come back, but I want you to eventually answer these questions. One, do you believe you are capable of more? And more could be different things for different people. More is different things for different people. First, you need to define what that is to you. In terms of being a boss, in terms of being a leader, that could be starting a business. If you haven't already started the business, it could be growing your business. It could be going beyond having a 6-figure business to a 7 or 8+ figure business. It could be selling more than you've ever sold of your product or service before. Whatever more is to you. More could be creating an entire movement around something you believe in, around something that you are really passionate about. Whatever more is to you, do you believe you're really capable of it? Because it's one thing to want more. A lot of people want more. A lot of people dream about doing and having more, but a number of those same people deep down, and sometimes it's not even so deep down, don't really believe that's possible. They just want it. They dream about it. They see other people doing it, but they don't really believe it's capable or it's possible for them. And so I want you to ask and answer that question for yourself. I hope the answer is yes, but if it's not, you need to be honest about that, because that's the only way that you can deal with that. If you don't really think you're capable for more, for bigger, for better, again, whatever that is to you, then you need to start there. And you need to look at the source of that disbelief or that lack of belief. Where is that coming from? Is that because of what you've been told? Is that because of what you heard when you were growing up? A lot of us, that's what it has to do with. What we were told, what we saw, what we experienced in childhood. Now, I happen to be very, very blessed to have grown up with 2 parents who were very encouraging to me, who told me, what a lot of parents tell their kids. Now, not all parents, and I understand that, but many parents are positive and build their kids up and tell their kids they can do anything. And I remember my mother telling me when I was a kid, take impossible out of she either said it was either impossible or it was can't. Actually, I think it was can't. She told me, stop saying can't, just take that out of your vocabulary. And so it's wonderful if you grew up with that kind of reinforcement and that kind of language. Even with that, there have been times that I definitely have doubted myself. There were times I doubted myself during the 16 years or so I spent in corporate America. There have certainly been times I've doubted myself. The 7.5 to 8 years I've been a full-time entrepreneur. And so not many people, I don't really think anyone is immune to doubt. to disbelief. But that doesn't mean that you cannot overcome that. So you need to recognize that first and foremost, because here's the thing, your mindset about success, about money, that drives what you do. And many of you know that, but some of you may not. So whatever you think and whatever you say, words are really, really important. So if you are one of those people who you're often saying, I don't need a lot of money. And stick with me here, okay? Because you may not, but just stick with me. If you're one of those people who are always saying, I don't need a lot of money. I don't want to be rich. I just want to be comfortable. I just want to be able to do what I want to do and not have to worry about anything, not have to worry about bills, yada, yada, yada. Now, the issue with that, because it's not so much about you don't need a lot of money. I don't know if anybody truly needs, there's a lot that goes into need versus want. All right. So it's not all about you needing more money or a bigger house or to be rich or to even be, but because those are more tangible things and material things. If you put it into more of an intangible context, you may not need, as far as you know, and as far as you're concerned, to have more influence, to have more impact, to help more people. But it's really about, and I am going to, my faith is going to come out here. It's really more so about what God needs you to do. And for those of you, I understand there may be some people on, or there may be some people watching who are not of faith and who are not believers. And I get that. That is fine. But I'm speaking to people who are of faith and to people who may not be of faith, but who are open and who are open to exploring faith. And so it's really more so about what God wants for you and has for you. And as a person of faith, you should be consulting God about what he needs you to do and what he has for you to do. That's first and foremost. And that includes in your business. That includes in terms of bossing up, in terms of expansion. And so that is the first thing with mindset. Something else that I hear and see people do all the time, and I have to say, and I work with a lot of women. I see this more among women versus men, and so I see us often discount ourselves and what we do. That's also a mindset thing, whether you realize it or not. So, example of that, I've heard so many women say, well, I'm just a mom. They'll put just in front of a number of things. I'm just a mom. I'm just a fill in the blank in terms of what they do, their career. And a lot of times it's not, just should not be anywhere close to what they're saying. Like I have heard people say, well, I'm just a manager. I'm just a small business owner. Just because you're a small business owner doesn't mean that you have to be small-minded. It doesn't mean that you still don't have a big impact. And so stop doing that. Stop discounting things that you do. I've heard people say, well, I'm just a cook, or it's no big deal. I've been cooking for so long. And that comes to mind because this was a lady I was speaking to. She was a prospective client, and she wanted to do catering, and she also wanted to write a cookbook. And wanted to, market that and really kind of build a brand and a community around her cookbook and her cooking. And she said a couple of times while we were talking, well, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I've been cooking for I don't know how long. I'm just a cook, and I had to correct her. I told her, stop saying that. Stop saying you're just a cook. You're a cook. And you're not even just a cook. And when I'm saying just now, I'm not saying just as in not important. She was not just in terms of that being all even she did, because she actually, her full-time job, she was a project manager. I mean, so this is someone who had a degree. I mean, that doesn't necessarily matter, but she had a degree. She had been in project management for over 10 years. I mean, she was very good at her job and what she did. She had been doing some outside consulting. I mean, so she had several skills. She had a robust skill set, which included cooking. And so, and she really had to kind of think about it. And she said, well, I don't really ever think much about it. And I said, there lies the problem, because that is often the case. We get so used to using certain language, we don't think about it. We just kind of roll with it, and it's just kind of like, this is just how I think of myself, like no big deal. Because often we're so concerned, or some of you, not as much of a problem for me. Not anymore. I have progress, although that was never a big problem with me, because I told y'all I had these two parents, and they built me up, and so I have always had a pretty good sense of self, and I've always had some confidence. I have not always been the most confident person out there, but my confidence has built up. It's increased steadily over time. But certainly some of you have a big concern about coming across conceited, arrogant, better than. I don't want to come across as people thinking I'm better than them, or that I think I'm better than them, when that thinking is also flawed. Because the truth is, y'all, some of you are not going to agree. I know some of you are going to be like, what is she just? Some of you are better than others. There are people that are better than others. Now, let me explain that. I don't mean in terms of just your existence. And certainly in God's eyes, no one is better than the other. But there are people who are more good than other people. More good. I don't know if that is grammatically correct, but just roll with me. There are people who are more compassionate. There are people some people are smarter than others. Some people are better speakers than others. There are people who have certain skill sets that others don't have. Now, in the general sense, in the spiritual sense, you're not better. But in terms of society, in terms of the marketplace, and this is really something you have to realize. Yes, there are levels to this. Okay, there are businesses, there are brands, there are leaders who are okay. There are some who are good. There are some who are great. That's the truth. And so on that, it doesn't mean that you are superior, you take on this superior stance. It's about you knowing what you bring to the table. It's about you knowing and being confident in what you offer, the value you offer. And also, it is about knowing and believing what is possible. I often say, stop chasing perfection and chase possibilities. Stop chasing perfection and chase the possibilities, because there are a ton of possibilities. All right, you guys, I am just checking. All right, I want to make sure there is not a problem with the technology, because I am getting a couple of messages. Let me see. All me see. Okay. All right, you guys, let me see something here. This is kind of strange because I don't know why people are not able to access. You gotta love technology. Those of you watching the replay, bear with us. Let me see. Let's right. That's not what we want. Okay. All right. All right, you guys. Sorry about that. Just still trying to figure out. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Hopefully that will do it. Okay. So let's talk about the definition of a boss. We're still talking about vision, mindset. And so this is something else that kind of trips people up, or some people, because some people don't want to come across as being bossy. There's a difference between being bossy and a boss. There are few definitions of a boss. I think the most important ones, and the ones that we really want to deal with and that are most relevant to what we're talking about in terms of bossing up and being a boss in business, in leadership, is simply someone who manages or has authority over others. That's the simplest definition really of a boss. It's someone who is in charge of, who has authority over others. Now, being bossy does have kind of a negative connotation. If you're bossy, that could mean that you are domineering. That could mean that you're inconsiderate. So you want to distinguish those two. We're not talking about being bossy, because you can be bossy and not be a boss. Okay. There are kids who are bossy. I had coworkers who were no one's leader, nobody's manager, no one's supervisor, no one's team lead. They were bossy. I've seen assistants and secretaries who are bossy. And so you can be bossy and not be a boss. We're not concerned about being bossy. You want to make sure that you are exhibiting the type of leadership, the vision, and other traits needed to be a good boss. But again, it first starts with you. You have to get you under control. You have to get you under authority. All right. And so just keep that in mind. There's boss and there's bossy. Boss vision, we've talked about mindset. So again, once your mindset is right, and if you need to work on that, then do the work. And I sound like, or I'm thinking about Iyanla. Do the work, do your work to have the kind of mindset that drives the best vision, that drives a purpose-driven vision, a God-ordained, if you're a person of faith, a God-ordained vision. Because a boss vision is not average. It's not the status quo. It's not, just to get by, just to make it, to be okay. And I know some of you, that's kind of how you operate. That's what you say. That's what you think. I just want to get by. I can't think about 5 years from now. I can't think of 2 years from now. And I get that to some degree, because I do understand the importance of being in the present. I do understand that there are certain things that need to be done and certain things you need to work on and focus on in the short term. I understand that. But there is also this bigger, there is also this expansion that you need to be mindful of that does require a longer term view. It does require going beyond the status quo, going beyond the expected to the unexpected. And so just understand that as well. A real boss, a successful boss, is willing to get out of his or her comfort zone and create a vision that is not just about you getting by. It's not average. It's not just okay. Because that's the whole point of vision. And often your vision requires some support. Your vision requires some help. Your vision requires there are some things about your vision that requires other people. It's not all about you. So for example, as a business owner, or if you're an aspiring business owner, you may not be able to run your business just you only. Although I will say the majority of small businesses, at least here in the US, that is what happens. They are what's called solopreneurs or sole proprietors. Most of the approximately 24 million or so small businesses in this country are a one woman or a one man shop, or it is a one man or one woman with an assistant. That is the majority. But your vision may require more than that at some point. I don't know. It may not, but some do. We know that because some of the biggest companies out there, brands, and some are, it's not necessarily even about size, but some that have had tremendous impact. I mean, there are small businesses that have had tremendous impact on the marketplace and on the world. They have grown from one person. Yeah, they may have started out with one person or somebody working from their kitchen table or working out of their garage, but now it is an entire company with 30, 40, 100, 1,000 or more people. Now, I don't know if your business is meant to grow to 1,000 people or more. I don't know if it's meant to grow to 50, but you might need 10. You might need 8. You might need 22. You may need a coach. You may need a consultant. You may need an advisor. You may need an advisory board to usher you into the vision you have. Be open to that. I've heard a number of people say, I don't want to grow, or I don't want to grow beyond a certain point. And you have a right to want what you want. You have a right to have a certain picture for yourself, for your future. But just understand, again, and I'm talking more from a place of faith, God may have more for you. God may want more for you. And for you to really accomplish what it is you dream about accomplishing, and that you may think you can do alone, or you can do with one or two people, it may require more. Just be open to that. All right. Realize that your vision may very well require support, help, more than what you have right now. All right. All right. Okay. So what I want you guys to do, because I want this to be actionable. This is not just about, me talking and y'all listening or taking notes. It's also about, it is absolutely about taking some action. All right. And so one action I'm big on, and to me, this is a simple action. And this is something else that I think goes hand in hand with boss vision, boss mindset. This is something really that can apply to other parts and a lot of your life, essentially. Let me just take a sip here. Some of you know I'm not a coffee drinker, but I love tea. All right. So to get a sip of my tea. But what I'm talking about are asking questions. Be inquisitive, be curious, ask questions constantly. I am the queen of questions, and I'm talking about asking questions of myself as well as asking other people questions. You need to be reflective, especially if you want to be a great leader, a great boss, a great influencer. If you want to have real influence and real impact, well, you need to know really what you are dealing with. You need to know the people you are dealing with. You need to know the situation. You need to know the challenges. You need to know the oh my goodness, the word, the landscape. You need to know the landscape really of what is what before you and around you. And that happens from you asking questions. And so just a few questions to consider, even of yourself. Why do I think the way I think? Ask yourself that and answer. And it's okay if you want to answer out loud. I don't have a problem. I talk to myself occasionally, and sometimes it's needed, because sometimes you need to talk to yourself, and I mean verbally out loud, and get yourself together. Sometimes you need to put yourself in check. Okay. And so ask and answer that question. Why do I think the way I think? Why do I believe what I believe? Why don't I believe certain things? If you have hangups about money, if you have hangups about success, if you have which I don't even like saying it, because we hear so freaking much about imposter syndrome, especially among women. I'm so sick of that term. And I think the more we talk about it, we just perpetuate it more, but it is a thing. And so if you are dealing with imposter syndrome, which for those of you who may not be familiar with that is really a lack of belief in your capabilities. And it often occurs among successful people and overachievers, people who have accomplished a lot, people who are in the process of accomplishing a lot. They don't really believe, they still don't really believe in themselves. They don't really believe that they, even though they did these things and they have these awesome accomplishments, they still look at themselves in a diminished way. okay, like they are an imposter. So that's where that term comes from. So if you're dealing with that, you need to question that. Why? Where does that come from? What is that really based on? All right. Another key question, and this is something I have shared with my clients. What is the worst that could happen? Just kind of marinate on that. What is the worst that can happen? That is a really important and powerful question because so many of us allow fear to stop us. We let fear stop us from a number of things, a number of good, a number of great, a number of amazing things because we are fearful. And often the things we are fearful of, they are so unwarranted. They are so far-fetched. And so I challenge you, when you have that fear, you feel that fear creeping up, or maybe it's not creeping up, maybe it's just full on. Ask yourself, what's the worst that can happen? And what does that really look like? And go down that rabbit hole, because when you answer that initially, then ask, well, what would happen if that happens? Well, then what would happen if that happens? Go down that rabbit hole. Like an example I'll give you, a number of people, and I'm not saying this is not, it's not a valid concern or fear, but sometimes we still exaggerate our fears. Sometimes in our fear and getting ourselves all worked up, we're not being honest really about the circumstances. So I've heard a number of people with jobs say, well, I'm afraid to leave my job because I'm afraid of failing in my business. I'm afraid of not making enough money and losing everything. And, you know, if I cannot pay my bills, I lose my house or my apartment, or I lose my car. I lose all this stuff. And so is that the worst thing that you're afraid of, like failing and losing everything? And realize those are not necessarily synonymous. You could fail at your business and still not lose everything. So then if it's about failure, then what is the worst thing really about that? And is it really failure? Because we know a lot of super successful people failed. I mean, they've been honest and told you that. I mean, whether it's the Williams sisters, whether we're talking any president of the United States, and just think of who you like as a president, who you consider to be a successful president, whoever it is, they failed. And well, I won't go there. Except for one or two, they've shared that they have failed before. Whether it is an entertainer, whether it's a titan of business, really successful people have failed. And so if you know that, and you know they turned it around, so all right, so now what? All right, you fail maybe at that business. Maybe that just means you need to try another business. Maybe it means you need to try another idea. If it's losing everything, all right, what's really the worst thing about that? The reason I want you to do that is because it can also help you better prepare for the very thing or things that you're afraid of, or that you say you're afraid of. Because there are things you can do to limit your risk and limit the chances of this terrible thing happening. There are things you can do to better prepare to keep from losing your home if you quit your job. There are things you can certainly do to limit the chances of you losing your car. There are things you can do to limit the chances of you failing at your business. Maybe it's not a business. Maybe you want to write a book and you're afraid of that. Well, I'm afraid no one will buy the book. Okay. And I say that I'm not discounting it, although I am a little bit. I'm laughing and I'm saying that because that happens a lot. Do you know how many authors, I'm talking about best-selling authors, who have written books that didn't see the light of day, or they wrote books that were actually published, but no one knows about because they didn't sell well. And they don't even talk about them anymore unless, you know, selectively. It's a part of the process. You might write a book and it might not do that well. You could also write another book. You could also come back and tweak the first book you wrote. With the technology we have now, you can go in and make changes to the book and then call it a second edition. I mean, there are things you can do to combat these fears. So that is a really key question as well that I want you to ask. What what is the worst that can happen? All right. And that should lead to some additional questions. And, again, as I said, kind of go down that rabbit hole. All right. And lastly, as getting ready to wrap up this segment of boss vision, boss mindset, I'm a big believer in creativity being a part of vision. Let me see. Okay, I was just checking again. That is strange. What's going on? Creativity is a big part, a key part of vision. And so, how creative are you? I know some of you may not consider yourselves to be creative, and I push back on that. It's not to say that may not, that could be true. I mean, there are, just as I was saying before, there are people who are more creative than others. I tend to think most of us, though, have some level of creativity. We may not be very creative, but there's some level of creativity. Even if you're not, even if you are not naturally creative, there are things you can do to increase your creativity. And I am just a big believer that creativity plays a key role in vision. And so a few things you can do for that to happen, to increase your creativity and even embrace and maximize your creativity. Get out of your, and I don't necessarily want to say comfort zone, although to some degree it's about your comfort zone, but it's more about get out of what you just know and what's familiar. It's more so familiarity. And so look to different kind of people, look to different industries than what you're in. Don't limit what you do and how you operate, how you move, how you boss up just to what you know and what you're familiar with. If you're a financial advisor, don't only hang around and talk to and communicate with other financial advisors. Don't just look to the financial services industry for your inspiration. If you are a photographer, don't just immerse yourself in photography and other photographers. And let me qualify that, because you do need to immerse yourself in photography, because you do need to be a master at what you do. If that's what you do, if that's your livelihood, then yes, you need to be an expert on photography. But don't think that you can only draw inspiration, creativity, strategy from the photography field. Look to other industries, and in some cases, some that are total opposites, some that you may not even think that you could learn something from or get something from. Often you can. And I'll give you an example. I'm obviously in professional services. My consultancy focuses on brand and marketing strategy, content, business development. I work a lot with other business owners. I'm pretty much B2B, that's business to business. But I don't only focus on business, or I don't only focus on professional services. I have learned and gotten inspiration from the fashion industry, and maybe also because I think I consider myself a bit of a fashionista myself. I love fashion, but the point is, I do look to that as a field that I look to and that I get ideas from. I have gotten ideas from the hospitality industry. I have gotten ideas and been inspired from tech. I mean, get out of this box that you may have set up. You may not have even realized it, but that may in fact be there in terms of how you think. And so realize that you can draw from a number of different people, a number of different things. It doesn't have to be the same kind of people. It doesn't have to be the same industry. Okay. So be open and be intentional about looking to different things, different people to draw ideas from. That can go a long way to increasing your creativity and thus your vision. All right. So we're going to stop it there. It is about 10 after, let's see, not quite 10 after 11, about 8 minutes after 11. So I'm going to take a break for now. Take about a maybe 15-minute break. So need to go grab a snack, get water, get coffee, tea, make a quick phone call or what have you, then go right ahead. Hey, you guys. All right. We are back. I am back. All right. So, just a few things now, and then we are going to go on a longer break for lunch. Excuse me. It's kind of past time for breakfast. But I do want to give you guys some time to grab something to eat if you want. So, we are going to go on a 35-minute break for lunch. And I understand it may not be enough time for you to go and get something, but hopefully, if need be, you can finish up your lunch while we proceed in the next segment. But before we do that, I wanted to come back on and address that we are having a technical difficulty. I don't know why. I am moderately tech savvy and I'm pretty familiar with Facebook. We are streaming into Facebook, specifically into a Facebook event. Now, some of you understand that and know what that means. Others, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But that's how we're coming on live. And to invite people or to have people watch live on Facebook, there is a link that Facebook provides for your guests, for people to watch. And that link does not it's not working for some people. I have no idea why. So I have done another option and sent those who have registered, because this is not open to everybody, but those who have registered and a few people who also won free entry, not that many people, but I have invited those people to view. And so that is a separate invite. Separate from the original link. And so I want to certainly apologize to anyone who had trouble accessing earlier. Again, I don't know why the link that was provided is not working. These things, unfortunately, sometimes happen. Just keep in mind, you will have access to the recording. Let me see. I just noticed something. I just want to make sure that, okay, yeah. Just wanted to make sure everything was, or one particular thing was set up correctly, and it is. So yeah, my apologies, but I do want to remind you guys that you will have access to a recording. And so if you miss a portion, there are some people, a few people have told me they cannot make it live or in real time. And so they will be viewing the recording, but you will have access to that recording for almost 2 weeks. You'll have access to the recording for 10 days. So I think that's a good amount of time to watch the replay and take notes, ask questions, and by questions, if you do have questions, you can, after the fact, during the replay, you can, DM me on Facebook, on Instagram, email questions, and we'll still answer your questions. All right. So for anyone on, let me see. I see a comment. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure what what that means. I think there's some words missing or something from that comment. Let me check and see if there are any other comments. Okay, doesn't look like there's any other comments. All right, so for those of you who missed the first segment, I did cover boss vision slash mindset. We talked about boss vision slash mindset. The next segment, we're going to get into boss planning. So after the lunch break, when we come back, we're going to be talking about boss planning and what goes into that, because it's possible it's more than you think. Okay. And just to reiterate, for the giveaway, all right, to be entered into the giveaway, you must do at least 2 of the 5 or so things that you can do. So let me just summarize those things before. Doing at least 2 of these things will enter you into the giveaway. Although for the free audit, to get access to the free audit, either the social media audit or the brand audit, you have to do at least 3 of these things, okay? Because the audit has a higher value than the other prizes. The other prizes, you know, the $50 Amazon gift card, a copy of my book, free autograph copy of my physical book, Brand Sale Profit, and then there is the audit. All right. So the things you can do to be entered into the giveaway, you can follow me. Very simple. On Instagram or on LinkedIn, either one. No, actually, let me correct that. No, actually, it's Instagram. Okay. So if you're already following me, then just tell me you're following me and I will find you. And if I don't see that you're following me, if you're following me under a different name or you have a different username from your name, well, then you need to let me know that. All right. So follow me on Instagram. That's one. You can also write a review of my podcast, Project Get Out Your Own Way. Project Get Out Your Own Way podcast. That's on Stitcher, Spotify, Apple, Google, most of the podcast places. So if you write a review of the podcast, and I would prefer that you actually listen to it if you haven't already done so. I'm not just trying to get, fake reviews. I want you to listen to the podcast, and if you love it, you find value in it, well, then you write a review. All right. Third thing, if you tag me on social media, that can be on Instagram. My username there is Rachel.theswagstrategist. Rachel dot, like a period, Rachel period the swag strategist on Instagram. You can tag me on LinkedIn. I'm there just under my name, Rachel W. Thibodeaux or Rachel Wilson Thibodeaux. You can tag me on Facebook. You can tag me on Twitter. On Twitter, I am Swag Strategist, just Swag Strategist on Twitter. You can also hashtag the event and post something about the event on social media. The hashtag is Boss Up Show Up. Boss Up Show Up. Boss Up Show Up. So hashtag Boss Up Show Up on Twitter, on Instagram. You can take a picture of yourself. You can take a screenshot of me talking or anything you see on the screen and post that to social media and tag me as well. Let's see. I want to make sure I'm not leaving anything out. Let me see. And joining the Facebook group. Yes, I don't want to forget that. You can also join the Boss Up Show Up Facebook group. Boss Up Show Up Facebook group. If you are already a member, then let me know that. That counts as one if you are a current member of the Boss Up Show Up Facebook group. So those are the ways, those are the things you can do. Again, those are like 4 to 5 things you can do to enter into the contest. All right. I have to do 3 things to enter for the social media or brand audit. 2 things will enter you for the other prizes. All right. Okay. So anyone on something else you can do, of course, is comment. That's the other thing. That is something else that enters you into the contest. So any comments throughout the day. All right. And of course, we would love it to be, positive comments. But whatever, if it's your name, if it's your city, if you're asking a question, if you're not hearing us or something else is going on with the tech, let us know in the comments. So dropping a comment will also enter you into the contest. Okay. All right. And speaking of comments, I'm checking on my phone Facebook because it is better to check from a different device. And so I want to make sure I am not missing any comments. All right. Okay. Okay. Oh, all right. Well, it looks like that's odd. Not showing that. There is a question. Okay. Okay. So I wanted to share this, of course, ask this question and share it because I'm sure it can be helpful to others as well. But the question is, my mindset is good when it comes to my job, but not as good when it comes to my business because that's still new. How do I okay, I'm not completely sure of the word, but I think she's asking, how do I achieve a better mindset as an entrepreneur? All right. So I get that. Certainly, that is understandable, especially for someone who has not been an entrepreneur, who has never been an entrepreneur. I am someone who I did entrepreneurial stuff on the side off and on throughout my corporate career. I spent a number of years in corporate America. I worked for companies I started my career at Travelers and then Chase. I've worked for several big financial services companies. And at least some of that time, I was doing something on the side. I was at one point did a little consulting. At one point, I blogged for, and it was actually a paid uh, blogging role. I did real estate investment with a group of friends. I've been in MLM businesses and direct sales, and so I was entrepreneurial, but not full on entrepreneurship. So I get that, and I can understand it even more if it's someone who has not even really done that. You've had a job, for whether it's 5 years, whether it's 12, 15, 20 years, it more than likely will require a shift. It will require some adjustment. It's not something that will happen overnight, that you just suddenly wake up and you have a complete mindset as an entrepreneur. Everything you think, everything you do is that of a business owner. If you have not been a business owner before that, it does take time. But I will say, just as I said before, you have to really be intentional about that. You have to put in time. And by time, I mean time in terms of reading books, time in terms of really being honest with yourself. Again, if you are a person of faith, this is really a time you want to pray. You want to ask God to give you the mind of a winner. Let me say that, because that is key for some of you. You first need to adopt a mindset of winning, of success. There are people who resist and really have issues with being successful, with winning. That's where sabotage comes in. And so, first of all, ask God for that kind of mindset, and then ask Him to give you more of a mindset of an entrepreneur and to help you to think more like an entrepreneur. Now, having said that, as an entrepreneur, you are also a marketer. No matter really what industry you're in, whether you are a consultant, a coach, a trainer, an advisor, a accountant, a photographer, whatever you are, an author, a speaker, you whether you run a boutique, either online or a physical boutique, you are also a marketer because you have to market your business. And so you need to adopt a mindset of marketing, which and this can be a little tricky because yes, you need to think as an entrepreneur, but you also need to think as a consumer because you always want to be able to empathize with your customer or your potential customer. You want to always put yourself in their shoes and think about things the way they are thinking of them. And if that really should not be difficult because we all are ultimately also consumers. Okay. We, just as we sell things, we also buy things. So you need to be very much in tune with your consumer. But yes, it will take some time. And as far as having a positive mindset, that will also about being in business in particular. And that could also apply to being an author. That can apply to being a speaker. That can apply to selling, just in general selling. There are a number of people who struggle with selling, have hangups about selling, have a negative perception of selling. And so whatever or wherever you fit into those different scenarios, your positive mindset, your confidence will increase as you grow and as you get wins. Again, that's why it's so important that you embrace winning, that you embrace success. Like if you're resisting success altogether, you're going to make it very hard for yourself. You're going to struggle. And I mean, as an entrepreneur, especially new entrepreneurs, usually, there's some exceptions, but usually there's going to be some struggle just anyway. I mean, even if you do everything right, there's going to be some challenges. And so if you are resisting success, I mean, you're going to struggle even more. Okay. So you making progress with customers, with business development, with marketing, if you are kind of your brand and you are able to show up as your brand and walk and be confident in your brand and reach people and as you get good feedback from people, well, then that will also be good for your mindset. That will also help strengthen that positive mindset muscle. That will help you to believe more. I can do this. I got this. There may be I may have some problems. There may be some challenges. The technology may not always work out. The payroll or the accounting system may not always work out. I may have to fire an employee. I may have to hire somebody else. I might have to come up with money to hire somebody else, but I can handle this. This is something I can do. All right. So it just comes in time. It will happen in time. I'm not going to tell this person or anyone else that, suddenly, once you decide to run your own business or, and again, this person is asking about business. It could be other things like writing a book, like doing a TED talk. I'm not going to tell you that once you decide to do whatever this amazing thing is that you want to do, that you're going to completely hone in on that, and everything you think and the way you interact and all of that is just going to align with that thing immediately. It doesn't usually happen that way. So there you go. All right. Okay. All right. I don't see any other comments. I'm not sure why I missed that one. Let me see. All right, but I think that is it. So, okay. All right, cool. So I'm going to stop there. I think this is a good stopping point. It's 10 to 12. So if you guys come back, we're going to get started back up at 12:30, 12:30, 12:35 with boss planning. All right, so you don't want to miss that. Come back, make sure you have something to take notes with. All right, we are back. It is about 12:35 Central Standard Time, so we are going to go ahead and get started. Hope you guys were able to grab some lunch. Maybe you're still eating lunch, so it's all good. And let me just get set up here for the next section. Actually, all right, wait a minute. Let me see something here. All right, let's get this on. Okay, so while that is uploading, so I realized that I forgot a couple of action items from the first section, boss vision, boss vision and mindset. Those of you who were on before, or if you're watching the replay, you know that I shared a few things for you to do, some actionable things for you to do, specifically questions, key questions to ask and answer, because I will say again, these are not rhetorical questions. They are meant for you to answer the questions. There's a couple of other things that I want to share with you to do along the lines of developing a boss vision, a boss mindset. And one, and this is something that I swear by, I've been doing this now for a few years, and that is to journal, but not just journal, general journaling. Get you a notebook or journal specifically for brainstorming / ideas. Brainstorming and ideas. I have a notebook specifically for ideas. Okay. I have several notebooks. I'm kind of a notebook junkie. I mean, just to give you an idea, here's a notebook. This is the marketing notebook. This is a notebook. This is for social media stuff. This is also for social media stuff. This is kind of my general journal, but sometimes I use this for an ideas journal as well. But I do have another journal that's only for ideas and brainstorming. And the reason I believe that it's so powerful, for one, I've seen it in my own life and the way I have used it, but also because how often do you get a great idea and then you forget about it? Sometimes that happens in the middle of the night. Sometimes it happens in the shower. Sometimes it happens when you are out taking a walk. Sometimes it may happen in church. Sometimes it could happen while you're at a networking event. If you don't write that idea down, it is very possible that you will lose it and you may not remember it again for God knows how long, if ever. So I'm a big proponent of having a notebook, carrying a notebook around even, that is specifically for ideas. So I encourage you to do that. And I also encourage you to really, did I get a, okay, I'm sorry. I was double checking my notes. And if physically writing something, you know, on a journal or a notebook is not your thing, if you are really a tech person, a digital person, and you do that on your computer or your tablet, that is fine as well. If you prefer to do that, I would encourage you to use a tool like Evernote or something similar to that, where, and you could even use Google, but designate a section, a digital notebook, something specifically for ideas. Okay, that's the important thing. You don't want to just kind of mix it up with other stuff. You want to have that be specifically for ideas and brainstorming. And then the other thing, I want you to make a list of what ifs, but positive what ifs, because we are big on negative what ifs. I wrote a post about this earlier this week. It's on Instagram. I think I posted it on Facebook as well, in the Facebook group, the Boss Up Show Up Facebook group. What if, and then it has a list of all these positive things. And so that's what I want you to do. Also, again, this is homework. These are action items for the first segment, for the boss vision and mindset. I want you to make a list of at least 10. At least 10. If you want to do more than 10, that is wonderful. It could be 15, it could be 20, it could be 20, however many you come up with. I think the more, the better. But I want you to make a list of positive what ifs, because often you're focusing on negative what ifs. What if this doesn't work? What if they don't buy anything? What if they don't show up? What if I don't make enough money? What if the loan doesn't go through? But it's something negative. It's a result that you don't want. Focus on the results you do want. What if I get the loan? What if it sells out? What if everybody loves the book? What if everybody wants to work with me? What if, fill in the blank. If you really give it some thought, you can come up with a number of things, particularly as it relates to your business. But this is an exercise you can do in your personal life as well. And it will do wonders for your mindset, because for one thing, questions are very powerful. So whenever we ask, even ourselves, when we ask a question, your subconscious mind goes to work trying to answer it. And so if it's a positive question, it's going to go to work to answering that positive question. All right. Okay, so that's your homework or your action items for the first segment, boss vision and mindset. Make a list of positive what ifs and get a notebook or journal just for ideas and brainstorming, and then designate some time to do that. It's not really effective if you just get the journal or the notebook and then you don't write in it. Okay, I want you to get the notebook and designate some time to write down ideas and to brainstorm. All right, so let's move into boss up planning. Boss up planning. All right, so first thing I want to talk about in terms of boss up planning. Oops. Okay, here we are. So the first thing I want to point out about boss up planning, just keeping me on time here, is about a business plan. This is something that comes up a lot. This is a question that comes up a lot. Do I need a business plan? And this is something usually, especially new entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs are wondering. Sometimes people who have been in business a couple of years, maybe even 3, 4, 5 years, ask, do I need a business plan? If they don't have one. And this is my view on this. Now, everyone does not agree, although I know some people, a number of people do. I'm not a big stickler for business plans, traditional business plans, because the traditional business plan can really be a bit complicated. And often, especially as someone starting out, as an entrepreneur starting out, you have not even had experience with some of the things that you find in a traditional business plan. You may have little to no experience with a SWOT analysis. You may not really know yet what your strengths. I mean, you should have an idea, true enough, but you may not really be deep, have deep knowledge of your strengths and your weaknesses and the opportunities and all this stuff that goes into a traditional business plan. There are companies like Facebook, that is just one that comes to mind, that had thousands of, at that time, not customers, because Facebook was really just serving people using Facebook users, which of course, when they first started out, it was free to use Facebook. It's free for the most part now, unless you're running ads. Okay. But in the beginning, but Facebook had thousands and thousands of users and even had investors before they had a business plan. Okay. Facebook got like $500,000 from an investor without a business plan. I mentioned that because a lot of times small business owners, entrepreneurs allow that to hold them back, them not having a business plan, and because they don't feel comfortable in writing their own business plan. So then the excuse becomes, well, I'm going to have to hire somebody to write a business plan, and I don't have the money to do that. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to have a business plan. Now, there is one exception. I will get to that in just a moment, but please don't let you not having a business plan stop you from starting a business. Because what you do need, and what's even more important than the business plan, I think, is having a marketing plan. You need to know how you're going to market this business. How are you going to get in front of people, and specifically your target market? How are you going to bring awareness about this product or service? So I think it's more important than that you have a marketing plan. Typically, a business plan does include a marketing plan, but you can get more specific and create a marketing plan. And even in terms of a business plan, I said before, I'm not that big on traditional business plans because, again, a traditional, your typical business plan, it may be 20 pages. It may be 10 pages. It may be, I mean, I've seen business plans that are 50 or more pages. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this plan when, frankly, a lot of times you can pare all that down to maybe 1 to 3 pages or a presentation and really hone in on what's most important about your business. It's the product or the service. What solution does it offer? What problem does it solve? Who is your target market? These are the key things you need to address, the questions that you need to be able to answer. That essentially is your business plan. Now, the exception when you do need a formal business plan, if you will, is if you are seeking investment. If you are looking to get venture capital, if you are looking for anyone, maybe it's not a venture capitalist, but someone, if you're looking for someone to invest in your business, then you need to be prepared to provide a business plan, because after all, you're looking to use somebody else's money. And whether that's a bank, whether that's a family member, even, please, you guys, please don't discount your family members. Please don't discount a friend who is interested in investing in your business and just telling them, well, girl, you know me, or man, you know I'm good for it. Don't do that. Don't do that, because this is business now. So you have to separate. If you do decide to work with family or friends, you need to separate the personal from the business. And if they are investing in you, they have every right. That's why I said, whether it's a bank or it's Uncle Julius, they have a right to see a plan for how their money is going to be used. Now, if that is not an issue, if you're going to bootstrap this thing, if you are going to work with people who don't care about that, maybe there are family members, maybe there are certain friends, maybe there are certain colleagues where that's not a business plan is not important to them. But if that's not the person or people you're working with, don't get mad if they do want to see a business plan, because you're wanting to use their money. Okay. If I invest in a company, and because of my views on business plans, I don't have to see a traditional or a 25, 50 page business plan, but I need to see some type of plan. I need to see a blueprint. I need to see a presentation. I need to see a very thorough outline. I need to see something that tells me you have a plan. You know what you're doing, in what direction you're going in, what exactly you're going to use my money for, and how you are going to get my money back to me with a return. So however you can manage that, then that would suffice for me. But for someone else, and especially a bank or a certain venture capitals or venture capitalists, they want to see, or it's very likely, they want to see an actual business plan. So please keep that in mind. Okay. So I wanted to address the business plan in terms of planning. Now, beyond that, you have to understand planning is more, and especially boss planning, it's more than a to-do list. It's more than just listing things that you need to do, because often that list even is not an effective list. It's not a prioritized list. And so before you make a to-do list, you need to start with the priorities. What's most important in my business? What needs to get done no matter what? Like if the wheels fall off, if something unexpected happens, what needs to get done this quarter, this month, this week? And then you list from there, but you don't just kind of make these, these random lists. And I've been guilty of that. I know people who have done that. And believe it or not, there are some people who are really kind of addicted to making lists. I heard about that. I didn't really believe it until I saw it. I experienced it. And so, and I wouldn't say I'm addicted to lists. I am a list maker, but there are people who have to make a list, and checking off things on that list makes them feel good. It makes them have a sense of accomplishment. But here's the thing, you guys, if you are not doing the right things, if you're marking off things that are really not that important, things that are not really moving the needle in your business, then it doesn't make much of a difference. It's ineffective. And an example is if the top 3 things on your list, let's say as a fairly new business owner, let's say you've been in business a year or less, if the top things are to update my website, get new business cards, and attend 5 networking events in a month. Now, the attending 5 networking events in a month, that's pretty good. That could be in the top 3. But those other 2, those top 2, updating your website and getting business cards, that's not directly affecting you making money. Now, someone may make the argument, well, especially if like you have an online store, well, my website does need, my website needs to be straight. It needs to be updated. Yeah. And even more so if you do sell a lot from your website, that is important. But let's say you don't. That's not the primary way you sell. Maybe you are a service provider or you have a service-based business. Even if you have a product business, you may sell more through your oh my goodness, is it Spotify? That's the music. Y'all know what I'm talking about. There is a website, online tool that's especially for e-commerce. Okay, so you may sell more through your e-commerce site or tool than your website. You may sell more if you have a bricks and mortar business. You may sell more through that in person. So your website may not be important at all. As a service provider, you don't necessarily sell stuff through your website. So updating your website typically is not one of the most important things you should do. Likewise with business cards. You guys, people don't even use business cards as much as they used to. When's the last time you went somewhere, whether it was a networking event, it could be a church, it could be, just about anywhere, and you exchanged business cards with someone? it is very possible you had a card, but they didn't have a card. Or maybe they had a card and you didn't have a card, because a number of people, especially younger people, notice I said younger people, millennials, Gen Z, they don't use business cards as much as a group or as groups. Okay. They are very digitally driven. And so business cards are not that important. And even when you have business cards, how many of you have a stack of business cards like this? This is one stack. This is another stack. Now, I do follow up with people. I'm a follow up ninja. But I can tell you, these two stacks have been reduced greatly over the last, I would say, 2 to 3 years. I had several other stacks until I went through them and was like, okay, I don't even know who this is. I don't remember who that is. I haven't talked to her in a year. This person is really not my ideal client. And so I got rid of them. And then some of them, even that I wanted to stay in contact with, I scanned them. There are apps and there are other digital tools that allow you to do that, or even just take a picture of this card so you're not dealing with these physical cards. So that's not the most important thing in your business. You need to be focused on bringing in revenue, bringing in money. What things, what strategies, what actions do you need to take? What are most important to bring in the money? All right. So you need to prioritize those things and then you plan from there. All right. So there are a few key things specifically that we all need to plan as successful bosses. And if you are serious about success, because again, these are things you don't want to just be haphazard about, and you don't want to just, kind of go about them from day to day, from week to week, and, just kind of as things come up. No, you want to have a plan. So one, you want to plan your goals. What are your goals? You should have revenue goals. And y'all gonna hear me talk about revenue. I will say more. You'll hear me mention revenue more than once because it is important. I don't know where this belief or this concept came from with some people in business that money is not important. Money is not the most important thing, and it shouldn't be the only thing driving you in your business. But make no mistake, money matters. All right. And you should not be running a business and you have no goal in terms of how much money you want to make. No, we're not gonna do that. And so you need a revenue goal. It doesn't hurt for you to have a profit goal because those are not the same things. Okay. Revenue is the money from selling your products or services. Profit is what you have left over after expenses. All right. But first and foremost, you need a revenue goal. You need a goal for other types of growth. How many customers, how many clients do you want to have this year? And then break that down to quarter and month. How many leads? You need to have a plan or a goal for the number of leads you want to generate every month, every quarter, every week. All right. And then you develop a plan to reach those goals. All right. So that's one thing you need to plan for, goals. Also, brand awareness. How are you going to get the word out about your brand? That there should be a plan for that. And that's tied into marketing, which is a good segue because that's the next thing that we absolutely should be planning. What marketing strategies, what marketing streams are you going to utilize? Are you going to leverage? Because there's a lot. All right. There are a number of ways you can market. Just with social media alone, well, there's multiple social media platforms, obviously. So you need to zero in or hone in on the 1 to 3 platforms that work the best for you. I'm not a fan of trying to be in all these different places. Okay. If you can do that, if you have the capacity for that, and we'll talk a bit more about that in a little later, then fine. But if it's just you or you and an assistant, you really have to get strategic about your time. You really have to be careful about how you use your time so that you don't waste time. So determine where is your target market, where is your, I've said, a lot of people say ideal client. I like to say most desired client, most profitable client. If that client or that group, if most of them are on Instagram, why are you spending all this time on Facebook? Why are you spending all this time on TikTok? If, on the other hand, most of your target market is on TikTok, then it's time to embrace TikTok. You still over here on Facebook and trying to make it work on Facebook, not getting any traction, any results. And please understand, I mean, it does take time. You know, when you're trying a new marketing strategy, or if you're starting out new altogether, it does take some time. You should not give up and get frustrated if you don't get some results, say in 2 weeks. That's nothing really. Okay, now 2 months is different. If you haven't gotten any results in 60 days, none whatsoever, no lead, very little to no engagement, well, then that's different. But 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that's not very long. So realize, yes, it does take some time, but over time, whether it's 60 days, 90 days, a few months, you can better determine which marketing channels work the best for you. So just within social media, there are several. There's email, there's text marketing, there is good old fashioned mailing, like direct mail, physical mail, that can still work, you guys. Some of this quote unquote old school stuff, it still works. We have to become more strategic. We have to pay more attention to how we're connecting with this prospect, but it can still work. Networking, and I mean in-person networking. Now, obviously, that was very much impacted by COVID and continues to some degree to be impacted by COVID. But whether it's in-person networking or virtual networking, if it works, if that is really working for you, you need to have a plan for that. If you generate a number of leads from networking, okay, you need to have a plan of how many networking events you're going to attend each month or each quarter. Maybe you don't want to break it down by month, but break it down by quarter. I'm big on planning based on quarters. A 90-day period is a good, solid time frame. So perhaps you say, okay, I want to attend 7 networking events this quarter, 2 in person, the other 5 online. All right. What are those going to be? There are so many tools and ways that you can find networking events. You don't have to just wait until somebody invites you or you see something on social media or something. You can go to meetup.com. There's tons of networking events happening all the time in person in your city. You know, I know people who live in small cities. Unless you really are in the boonies, I mean, I consider the boonies. I mean, if there's nothing close to you, nothing within, I would say 40, 50 miles of you, I kind of consider that the boonies. That's not the case with most people. Now, you know, there are exceptions. There's always exceptions, you know, but I have some clients who live in suburbs or who live in smaller cities, you know, and a couple of them are like, well, I'm not really close to anything. But then you find out, well, they're like a half hour from a major city, or even an hour. I mean, guys, you have to be willing to get out there and do some stuff. I live in Houston, and we live in a suburb as well. I mean, but you know, we're like, you drive 20 minutes and you're in Houston proper. And so, I mean, but I drive up to North Houston. For anyone who's not here, you know, we're in like southern part of Houston. I mean, just going up north, and this is with no traffic, which that doesn't happen a lot in Houston, but every now and then with no traffic, that's still like 40-45 minutes. So if you add traffic, I mean, it's going to be an hour or certainly over an hour. I don't do that every week, but probably once or twice a month or once every other month, because I go where I think I can make quality connections and where there's business, where I believe there's business. So if you live in a small city, don't let that be an excuse. So you can plan that. Go to meetup.com. Eventbrite is a great online site where you can find events all the time. We're talking about business. I mean, if you're interested in other things in terms of social, you can find events for that too. You can find wine tastings, because some social events can be good for networking. Some social events can be good for business as well. So you may want to enjoy a wine tasting. You may want to go check out a food truck or a food truck festival. That's kind of a thing. I think we've had a few of those in Houston where there's, like all these different food trucks, so of course, usually there's a lot of people there, checking out all this different food. There are a ton of events out there. So you don't have to just kind of wait around. That is something you can plan your networking, plan your campaigns. You guys, that is very important. What are you selling? What are you selling this quarter, this month? What are you going to launch an all-out campaign about or around? Maybe you are launching a new product or a new service. And so you want to do an entire campaign for that. Sometimes it's not enough just to kind of announce that you have a new product. Sometimes it's not enough to send some emails to people, letting them know. I mean, that helps, but sometimes it warrants an all-out campaign to really let a number of people, we're not just talking 10 or 20 people, we're talking 200 people or maybe even 2,000 people. Let them know what you're doing and create, or have somebody, if you don't want to do it, or if you don't feel that you are able to do that, or maybe you don't want to spend time creating your own campaign, we'll get somebody to, it could be someone like me or someone else, to develop or create this campaign for you. And a campaign is a bit more involved. Sometimes it's a lot more involved because, as far as digital, that can include several emails, several social media posts. Offline, that could be several mailings. It could be meetings. There's presentations. Maybe you do a series of 3 workshops to get people in the door and generate the leads so you can then close the business. So it depends on what you are looking to accomplish, but your campaigns need to be planned. All right. Content is something else that needs to be planned. Now this is one of those things a lot of people in business, a lot of marketers are guilty of, and that's not planning their campaign. And that's often why it's a problem. That's often why they don't get the results they want. And I have been there as well. When you are not working from a plan in terms of your content, well, you're just kind of putting stuff out there as it comes to you and as you're selling. And something pops into your mind, you say, oh, that's good. Let me go post that. Let me go create this graphic, throw this graphic up here, and let me go to Canva, or let me get somebody from, excuse me, from Fiverr or Upwork. Don't charge a lot, and have them create this graphic and post it. And that is how a number of people in business operate, just like all the time. And it's not to say that you will not get any sales that way or any results that way, but we're talking consistent sales. We're talking sustainability. We're talking long-term success. We're talking being able to scale your sales, your business. That comes from planning. And so a suggestion is to determine themes for your content. And that should be based on what you're selling. It could be a theme, it could be a topic that you have for each month. January, which January is over now, of course, but of course, January is the beginning of the year. There's certain things that happen in January. You have MLK Junior Day. It's the beginning of, I think I said that. The beginning of a new year. A lot of people are in this new year frame of mind. Goals are big in January. So, give that some thought and come up with a theme that fits your brand, your product or service. And you could do that for every month. February is Black History Month. February is you have Valentine's Day. You have President's Day. You can draw from those themes, or it could be something. It doesn't have to have anything to do with a holiday, but just think about what is it that you are most wanting to do this month or this quarter. What is it that your product or service, how is it going to most resonate with that target market? And so you can sit down and list out that this is how you can really plan out your whole year. And it doesn't have to take a lot of time. It doesn't have to be super involved. Just start there. Start with what you are planning to sell, what you're planning to launch, how you're planning to grow, and then come up with themes or topics to create content or have content created around those topics or around those themes and around your goals. Remember, that was the first thing we talked about, planning your goals. All right. Something else to plan, and it really kind of, brings this all together, your calendar. Your calendar. You need to plan your calendar and really start, and some may disagree with this. So this may be contrarian to what to the way some people think. I told you on the very beginning, I want to challenge your thinking. Start with the personal. Now, I know for some entrepreneurs, that's a tough one. It's like, what? Start from, this is business and I have so much to do with this business. Okay. But you want to build your business around your life, your personal life, not really the other way around. Doing it the other way around is what gets people into trouble. That's what gets people burnt out. That's what gets people stressed out. That's what often gets people into trouble with their mate, with their kids, with other family. You need to remember you and your life, or you do have a life, you want to have a life. I think most people do. Again, there are some exceptions, but most people want to have a life outside their business. The same applies if you have a job, or maybe you have a job and a business. You still want to have a life outside of that. And so you don't want to forget that, and you don't want to forget the people most important in your life. So when you're planning your calendar, before you plan a launch, before you plan marketing or any campaign, when is your birthday? Make sure you have that on your calendar. If you are married or if you're in a relationship, you need to have your mate's birthday on your calendar, your kids' birthdays. If you know you want to be off, this is something else I hear. I would love to only work 4 days a week. I would love to take every Friday off, or I would love to just even take, a couple of Fridays off a month. Well, that will never happen if you don't plan for it. And that I was reminded of that. I've been reminded of that within the last year, roughly. You have to plan for it. And you plan for it by sitting down with your calendar, preferably toward the end of the previous year, and do this for the upcoming year. But this is really something you can do anytime, because you can always make a U-turn. You can always change. So whether it's now, whether it's April whether it's June, well, of course, in June, half of the year is already gone, but God willing, you have the other half. So if you decide you want to have 2 Fridays off, put those 2 Fridays on your calendar. Again, taking these actions and seeing this stuff, it does something in our brains. All right. And I'm not saying that alone will make it happen, but it will help because you see that you're in that state of mind that I really want to take every other Friday off, or I want to just work 4 days a week. Well, then you are going to take more steps and take more actions to make that happen. If that's something serious to you. If you are really serious about taking a 7-day vacation or maybe a 10-day cruise with your mate or with your family 6 months from now, put that on your calendar. Okay. So well, I can't schedule anything else during that week or during those 10 days. That also tells you and reminds you leading up to that time, there are other things you need to get done so that it's not a problem with you going away on vacation. So you put these things on your calendar and start with the personal things. If your self-care is getting a massage once a month, for some people, they get massages every week or every other week. What do you put it on your calendar? That's something I really need to do because I love massages. And I actually got a membership to a massage parlor, or I don't think they would call it that. That is old school, massage parlor, a massage place. Say that. I got a membership actually in 2020. I think it was late 2020. And sometimes I forget. I mean, so it gives me like a free massage every, like a 60-minute deep tissue, and I think there's one other type that's included in that, but I get that once a month. And my husband, he can get so many as well, just on this one membership. I think he gets maybe 4 a year or something like that. But a lot of times I forget about the damn massage. I mean, and 2-3 months go by and I'm like, I have not gotten a massage. It's because I haven't been putting it on my calendar. So you have to write these things down, put it on your calendar. This is a part of planning your calendar. And when you have those things, well, then you plan the business stuff, and you kind of plan the business stuff around the personal stuff, because otherwise then you're going to be complaining, you're going to be mad, you're going to be stressed. And then that affects you doing the best you can in your business and in your personal life. So then you're operating on half a tank of gas, or possibly a quarter tank of gas in everything. All right. Because you're burnt out. So there's that. Know when your plan needs to change. Plans should have a certain amount of flexibility. All right. If your plan is so structured and so immovable, essentially, like you cannot tweak it, you can't adjust it, that is a problem. All right. Your plan needs to have a certain level of flexibility, and really a pretty good amount of flexibility, because we have been reminded over the last couple of years how things can change, how our lives can be disrupted. That includes our business lives. So there needs to be some room in your plan for change, for adjustment. All right. That also speaks to, and this can be tough, but something else to plan for that most people don't, and it is because it can be hard to do so, but not impossible. You got to plan for the unexpected, or certainly do your best, because I know some of you are like, well, it's hard to plan for the unexpected because it's unexpected. But if you've been living long enough, and even for, again, some of my younger people, my millennials, my Gen Zs, a 21-year-old, 21-year-old, even at 21, obviously that is very young, and you don't have as much life, at least typically, don't have as much life experience as a 41-year-old, but you still have some. You have more, or hopefully, you have more than you did when you were 17. You have more than you did when you were 12. And so we learn, or we should learn, as we go. All right. And as we grow. So you take what you do have, the experience you do have, what you have seen, what you've seen in other people. Maybe you haven't experienced it, but someone else over here experienced it. And use that to plan for the possible unexpected. I don't know if anyone could have, I mean, there's probably somebody out there who, actually, I think there is. I think I've heard or I've read articles. I mean, I can't remember now if it was Bill Gates or who exactly it was that did kind of predict COVID. And, there are people now who are predicting there are going to be more viruses. There's going to be another pandemic and all that. I don't get too wrapped up in that. I mean, my curiosity kind of keeps me interested in that, at least to a certain degree. But it's not. It's like, okay, it hasn't hasn't happened. However, it is a good thing to stay on top of trends. It is a good thing to pay attention. You don't have to become obsessed with it, but it certainly does not hurt to pay attention to predictions like that, to trends, to things evolving, because things are always evolving. And a lot of times there are signs, there's signs, there's hints of what is to come. So as much as possible, and now that we have experienced COVID, now that we have experienced this major, and I mean, and this has happened before, but more recently, in recent history, this major racial awakening in the US, and how that affected us as Americans, and some of us more so, whether you're a person of color, whether you're not. It's affected businesses. Now that we have seen these things, now that we have experienced rapid changes that are occurring and have occurred in the digital space, we've seen these things. We've seen how much social media has affected us and continue to affect different parts of our lives. So you use that information. That's not just kind of for you to know. Use that in terms of your business, in terms of your planning. Might require you to make a change, to pivot. A lot of people have had to pivot since COVID. So you don't make these decisions and do these things in a vacuum. You do have some information to base it on. You do have some data. Okay. So whatever plan you have, whether it's a marketing plan, whether it's an overall business plan, social media plan, growth plan, allow some room for change and to go in a different direction. If your plan does not allow for any change, again, that is a problem. All right. All right. Let me just take a quick break. Let me see if there are any comments, any questions. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. I just gotta. All right, let me just shoot this quick message. Well, you guys, there's a lot, a lot going on. In a lot of Texas today, we're experiencing really cold weather. Now, this is really kind of, it's a little freaky because, as probably all of you know, Texas had this major winter storm last February 2021, that knocked the power out. Our knocked our grid out or whatever. And so a lot of the state lost power, at least for a day or two. There were people who lost power for a week. My parents, and a lot of my family is in Fort Worth, Texas, for example. My parents in particular, I think they lost power for close to a week. They stayed in their home for 2 or 3 days, and then they went and stayed with my brother. And I think they came back home and the power was still out another day or two or something. And then there are people who, I mean, my mother-in-law here in the Houston area, we stayed with her because we lost power for maybe 3 days. She never lost power. So there were a few, it was crazy, and it was not good. So today we are having kind of a mini winter storm. It's not expected to be like that, but it is expected to be very cold, even in Houston today. The high is like 39 or 40. That's expected to drop. We're expecting some precipitation, but other parts of Texas, and especially north, DFW, Austin, the Panhandle, it's already freezing. And sounds like some of them are losing power as well, which is not good. Not good at all. Because I just got a message from someone, in the Fort Worth area, that they don't have power. So anyway, hopefully this will not affect us, or will not affect us too much. These are things that you cannot control. All right. So wrapping up this segment on planning, again, key things that you want to plan: your goals, your marketing, and several things fall under marketing: your content, campaigns, launches, networking, social media. That's all kind of a part of marketing. Your calendar, which is essentially your time. When you come up with this great plan for your marketing, okay, when and how are you going to execute that plan? That takes time. You need to be realistic about the time you have to devote to that, and whether or not you need help. That is also something that gets bosses or would-be bosses into trouble. Sometimes we try to do more than we can. We bite off more than we chew because we want to do all this stuff, but honestly, really are not prepared to do that. We don't have the capacity. We don't have the support needed to do those things. It's just like if you are launching an event, even this event that we're doing right now. This is a virtual event, obviously. Virtual events do not tend to require as much time and effort as in-person events, but they still require time and effort. Okay. And depending on the type of virtual event, it can require just as much. I mean, depending on what it is you're doing, the content, how long it is. This is 1 day. There are people who have 3-day virtual conferences, 5-day. I mean, it can require a lot and have a lot of moving parts. And that's especially the case if you're talking about an in-person event. And so please don't think that you're going to have a successful in-person event and you're going to do it all alone. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's impossible. All right. Again, I told you earlier, my mother told me a long time ago, impossible, can't, should not necessarily be in your vocabulary. However, it would be hard. Okay, more than likely, it's going to be hard. It is going to be a challenge because there is so much to do. If it is just you and you don't have any help in doing an in-person event, and especially a conference, especially something that is either multiple days or it's longer than, say, 90 minutes, you need to start planning that. We're talking about planning. And if it really is just you, you need to start planning that like 6 months in advance, possibly 6 to 12 months in advance. Please don't try to come up here and do an event, especially an in-person event, and plan it in like 60 days. Again, there's always exceptions, but we should not operate in exception land. You need to operate in typical land, non-exception land. All right. So really be clear of what it is you are looking to do and know your capacity, know your bandwidth. Okay. Because everyone doesn't have the bandwidth to do certain things that they want to do. Doesn't mean that you cannot do those things. It means that you need to plan accordingly. It means that you need to seek help. All right. Whatever that looks like. If you don't have actual employees, you may need to hire a team. You may need to hire an event planner. Sometimes even just having an event planner can make all the difference in the world with an event. If you are launching a new product, and let's say you want to, you want to have an event for that launch. When are you going to launch that? That needs to coordinate with the event and your planning. All right. So realize those are the key things you need to plan. And you need to be very aware of the support you need. Be very aware of your bandwidth, of your capacity. All right. And I also talked about knowing when the plan needs to change. That is very important. So let me just do one more check here before, let's see. Because we have our gold level sponsor coming up, Mr. Mohammed Salahuddin, president of Rooftop Financial Solutions. He's going to come on and speak briefly with us about what he does. And then you will also be seeing him and hearing from him in the panel later this afternoon. And that it should be especially juicy. So stay tuned for that. All right. Okay. So I'm not seeing any comments right now. So we're going to take another quick break, about a 10-minute break, and then we will come back, or should come back. There's no issues with our sponsor. All right, we are back. And with us, as I mentioned before, is our gold level sponsor, Mr. Mohammed Salahuddin. You're going to hear from him. He's going to tell you more about what he does. And as I said before, you do not want to miss later this afternoon. Mohammed is also going to be on our panel of speakers. And so that is going to be super relevant, super dope. There's going to be a lot of, I just know, a lot of awesomeness. Share it then. So make sure you catch that. Let me get Mohammed on.
Good afternoon, Rachel. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Rachel. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. And the floor is yours for the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. And the floor is yours for the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you?
I do.
Oh
And the
gosh.
floor is yours for the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you have Facebook on? Because I think that's what's causing the echo.
Okay, how's that?
That sounds better.
I think I had another tab open.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
we
All
do know
right.
I'm not a tech wizard.
That's cool. Take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, Rachel. I cannot thank you enough for just giving me an opportunity to share with our audience, not just who I am, but what I do and how I go about helping people and just making a difference in the wealth building efforts of my clients. Again, I am the president of Rooftop Financial Solutions. I've been in the financial services industry for actually 28 years last month. I started in January of 1994. I'd like to believe that I was only 12 years old, but I'll be 53 this year. So it's been a pretty long journey. Although I've done other things along the way, financial services for the most part, and my financial services business has been my primary objective since that time, since 1994. But about 3 or 4 years ago, I formed the company Rooftop Financial Solutions. It actually evolved from another company. That I had at the time that was more focused on financial services and mortgages. But when the mortgage bubble burst, I think around 2007, 2008, I realized that I needed to focus more on the financial services aspect of my business. But nevertheless, what I primarily focus on is just showing my clients how to build and protect wealth. Most people, everyone wants to grow their wealth, but quite often individuals and families are taking unnecessary risk in order to grow that wealth. And so some of the products that I use, kind of build some tax-free retirement strategies and whatnot. I use a lot of fixed index annuities. And again, that's more giving my clients not only the opportunity for growth, but just sort of ensuring that when the market does take a dive, which it will, or take a dip, that my clients aren't negatively impacted by it. And so again, I've done all areas of financial services. There was a time when I was heavily involved in equities, specifically through mutual funds. But one thing I come to realize that most advisors, I think a lot of advisors won't really acknowledge is that we can't control the market. I mean, we can give all of the recommendations in the world that we think are great, but ultimately we can't control the market. And so there were just too many times since 1994 up until today, really, that things that have happened that no one really could anticipate. Sort of when tech stocks started taking a dip in the late 90s, then we had Y2K, then we had 9/11, then we had the WorldCom and Enron debacle. Then we had again the mortgage issues that took place in the country. I think in 2007 alone, the S&P 500 dropped nearly 40%. So you literally had people that lost half of their retirement assets in 1 year. So just imagine if you built $1 million and you ready to retire, but now your account is only worth 500,000. And so during that time period, I really began to study or more stable products like fixed index annuities that allows you to earn a very decent interest rate or a very decent return when those indices are up, without fear of losing money when those indices are down. And so that's been my main focus. I know later on we're going to get into some of the more specific business sides of what I do, and the mindset of bossing up, because I know that's what many of you really want to know about. But Rachel has given me an opportunity to kind of share a little bit more in detail how I help my clients specifically. And this is my company. You know, I have relationships with major insurance carriers, annuity carriers, financial services companies, internationally known financial services companies. But Rooftop Financial Solutions that you see in the background, that's my company. And again, created the logo for a very specific reason, which I'll share later this afternoon on the panel. But in the meantime, you know, you can definitely go to my website, which is rooftopfinancialsolutions.com. I don't know if it's as clear on the wall on the background, but again, it's rooftopfinancialsolutions.com. I do send out a book to those that are genuinely interested in learning more about tax-free retirement. So if you fill out the info card on that website, it'll shoot me an email with your address. You shoot me your address, and then I'll send you a copy of that book. Which again emphasizes the benefits of tax-free retirement, which is a separate product from the fixed index annuity. However, it's designed to do the same thing, help you build wealth, be able to transfer that wealth to your family tax-free, or access it in retirement completely income tax-free as well. And so again, I do thank Rachel for giving me an opportunity to share that information. I can talk easily about what I do and who I am for the next hour, but I know Rachel will probably cut me off here pretty soon, but that was her cue to pop back.
This is true.
But is there anything in particular, Rachel, that you think I may have left off, or that you would like for me to cover? But you know, if that's
one thing, and you may have touched on it, maybe I missed it because I heard you just say tax-free retirement, but did you also talk about the fact that the products that you work with mostly and that you offer your clients are low to no risk?
Right, exactly. That's what I touched on, is that the ability to grow your money. I mean, I've had clients, you know, on some of the products that I market, I mean, have had some double-digit returns. You know, I had a client that we put in a fixed index annuity a few years ago. This last year, she earned 17%. Now, one may argue that the market did a little bit better than that, but you know, the market, that was somewhat of an anomaly. The 17% to some degree was, but the main thing was she was able to earn that 17% with no concerns about losing any money. So she wasn't worried when the market was up and down throughout the year. When COVID first popped off and some people were, you know, a little fearful, things did kind of turn out all right with the market. But again, you didn't know that was going to happen. Very few people could anticipate and say, hey, this is what will happen. But what I can say with my clients, what will happen is that whatever monies you put into a fixed index annuity, actually, I have fixed index annuities that pay a premium bonus just for transferring your money. We deal with a lot of qualified dollars, 401k and IRA dollars. So if someone transfers $100,000, the next day that could be worth $117,000. Now, depending on their age and other factors, but a 17% premium bonus just for transferring your money, I mean, that's significant. So even if the market did zero,
yeah, I don't want anyone to miss that. He just said you can get a bonus just based on how much you transfer. And that really speaks to what's going on now. I don't know if any of you seeing this, whether you're, you know, there's what's called the Great Resignation. That's what the media has kind of dubbed it. I've also heard the term the Great Quit. And that is all about all these people, millions of people who have quit their jobs. And this started last year, I mean, in record numbers. And so it is very possible that describes someone out there. One of you may have left your job recently. You may be thinking about leaving your job. You need to manage that money well. especially if you know, have been in a job or been on a job depending on how you look at it, for several years, and you've accumulated some retirement. You want to manage that money well. That money could be used to fund your business, or you may have other money for that. And so either way, you want to be a really good steward of that. And what Muhammad presents is definitely a viable option.
Right. Most certainly. Most certainly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Because, and again, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that, because insurance companies and annuity companies are structured a little bit different from typically like equity based products. So they will pay you what's considered a premium bonus just for transferring your money. And again, if these are retirement dollars anyway, you take someone that's 45 years of age, they're not probably not going to retire for another 20 years anyway. So if you could transfer that kind of money into an annuity, get anywhere from, and I say, and again, that 17% is limited to certain age groups, but you can still get anywhere from 8 to 17% premium bonus. I'm in the process of creating some alliances with some other firms, so that could even increase. There are always new insurance and annuity products being introduced to the market, because companies are always trying to outdo each other. So somebody's always trying to come up with something better. But my point is that, just allow me to run an illustration. Let's dig into more of the details of it. I don't charge for my consultations. I'm running a marketing campaign here in the next few weeks that's going to target about 10,000 people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And there are certain things that I'm offering just for doing a consultation and an illustration. So, I mean, the opportunity to just explore those options are there and to get further education, because I know for a fact, and I'll wrap it up with this, there are a lot of other people, there are books being written about how great annuities and life insurance products are. At the same time, there are other people saying that that's not the best route to go. So what I'm saying is, let's have a conversation. Let me answer your questions. Let me run an illustration for you. It's not going to cost you anything, and just explore it a little bit further, because again, I've been in this industry for almost 30 years, and I've actually operated in pretty much every area of financial services. I was actually employed by a bank for a period of time. So I understand certain nuances of financial services that a lot of my peers just don't. And that's not a bad thing. But again, when you've had the experience, I've been a real estate investor, and that went well, and sometimes it didn't go well. But those experiences have taught me a lot of basic concepts about money, how to build wealth, and how to just systematically put products in place that can benefit you in the long run. So again, I do thank Rachel for giving me the opportunity to share that information. I thank the audience for being attentive, and look forward to sharing more later.
All right, sounds very good. Thank you, Muhammad. And again, you will hear more from Muhammad later. So there's been a change actually in the schedule. We have another sponsor who is coming on. And so until she joins, I am going to recap. And actually, I may have not shared the action items from the last segment. So I want to share that. And perhaps she will join us pretty soon. Let me see. Okay, actually, it looks like she is with us. So you guys, we have one of our other sponsors here, our silver sponsor, Day Smith, who I'm really pleased to have with us. And I didn't mention, let me be transparent. Some of these people I know quite well, or I've worked with. Some are clients. Muhammad is a long time friend. We've been each other's client. Day is a former client of mine. She's doing amazing things, and you will also hear more from her later. She's going to be one of the speakers on panel. So let me bring her on, and she is going to tell you a bit about what she does.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Hope so. Hi, everyone. I am Day Smith.
Yes, you're
Oh,
good.
Rachel.
Yeah,
Good, good. I was just making sure. It's just me and just me. I was just wondering.
I understand.
Yes. Well, I am Day Smith. I am the owner of Simplicity by Day. I am the productivity coach and digital organizer for small business owners and busy professionals. I am a self-proclaimed modern millennial Proverbs 31 woman. I have the career, I got the kids, I got the business, and I found out that organization really saved me from just pulling my hair out, not only physically, but also digitally. And so I'm on a mission to help others like me who are busy, who are trying to grow their business. Get organized. If you're the person who has, um, you wake up to 1,000 emails in your inbox a day, or perhaps you spend 30 minutes or an hour looking for a file on your computer that you know is there, or you've just invested in all these different systems, a CRM system or scheduling system, and they aren't really working for you. You may be overpaying for them. Then I can help you to get more productive and figure out what's really going to work for you as a CEO and entrepreneur. And so that's what I do for clients in Houston and all over the country, really virtually. I pour into them and really evaluate their business and how we can help them grow and scale their business. And I've been doing organizing. I've been an organizer for over 10 years and a productivity consultant for the last 2. And I am excited to be on this panel and share my insight and see how I can serve you guys as entrepreneurs, and helping to be more productive and organized in your business. So that's me. And yeah, I'm happy to be here.
All right, wonderful. Dave, did you share how long you've been in organizing?
Well, I've been organizing since college. I started organizing my friends' dorm rooms, right, at Howard University and professors' offices. So it's always been a part of what I love to do. But my business, Simplicity by Day, officially launched September 2019. So I've been in business for 2.5 years, right
Okay.
before the pandemic.
Oh, yes. All
Yes.
right, wonderful. Um, yes, as Day said, she's going to be back, as I mentioned before, with us later this afternoon. So make sure you tune in. Thank you,
Thank
Day.
you.
All
All
right.
right. See you soon.
So we are going to go on with the other segment. We have talked boss planning, we've talked boss vision and mindset. Now we are going to talk boss brand. Okay, boss brand or boss brand strategy, if you will. And some of you know that is my focus. That's kind of my sweet spot. I love talking about brands, brand and marketing strategy. I can talk about that all day and possibly in my sleep. Not gonna talk that long, but we are going to dive into this. And this is very important. Your brand, I'm a firm believer that your brand is really the foundation of your business. Actually, let me just make a change here. All right. And okay. So I want to put that up. And this quote, you see, or you should see a quote at the bottom of the screen here, beneath where it says boss brand, in the corner there. This is one of my favorite quotes. And really, it's one of my favorite quotes, just period, overall, not even just a business quote or a quote about brands or branding. But really one of my favorite quotes, period. And it comes from Amazon founder and chairman. We all pretty much know who that is, Jeff Bezos, and one of the richest men. It kind of goes back and forth, between him and Elon Musk. And at one time it was between him and Bill Gates. And, but the number 1 or number 2 richest person in the world, depending on when it is. But he said that your brand is what other people say about you when you are not in the room. Let me say that again. Your brand is what other people say about you when you are not in the room. All right. So that's powerful when you think about it, because that's what a brand should do. Your personal brand, your business brand, and frankly, sometimes there's a thin line between the two. There can be a thin line between your personal and your business brand, but that's what a brand really is about. It's not about the external aspects. That's branding. I'm going to get into that in just a moment. But your brand is more so about what other people think. It's not all about you. It's what comes to mind when others think of you, or when others think about your product, your service, your objective, your purpose. And so it's what people are saying when you are not around. So just wanted to share that. Some of you may have heard that quote or heard that definition of a brand before. So I may be reiterating that, but just really think about that. And this is what I often say, because I've had people say, well, what if people are saying bad things? What if they're saying negative things about your brand? I mean, that is not ideal, but you almost want that more than them not saying nothing whatsoever. You almost want people saying even negative stuff than not saying anything. And reason being, and some of you know this, if they're not saying anything, they're not talking about you. I mean, they're not thinking about you. And that is possible. And that certainly may be happening for a number of small business owners, small businesses. I mean, I'm not saying that, the masses are aware of you, but someone, if you have done the work, if you have established, and if you've been intentional in establishing and defining your brand and not letting someone else do it for you, somebody is talking about you, or somebody is talking about your brand. And so even if it's negative, you can turn that around. And you also have to look at the source, because the truth is sometimes people who are talking negatively, they may just have it in for you. They may be jealous. It could be competitors. There could be reasons why they're speaking in a negative way, but that is something that you can address. That is something that you can change. Now, you can also change if people are not saying anything, but again, that may be more work, because then you're not even on their radar. You're not even on their mind. Okay. So just something to think about. So let's get more into the brand aspect of bossing up. All right. We have established what a brand is, and I want to distinguish between a brand and branding. Brand and branding. Just one moment. Let me just double check something here. You guys know that I'm operating like different different devices and what have you, and so I'm seeing messages in other places. Please just bear with me. Let me see. Okay, all right. So let me distinguish between a brand and branding, because there is a difference, okay? And a lot of people don't know this, but there is. And I didn't just pull this from nowhere. If you look up brand, the definition of a brand has more to do with a message, expectation. It's more about the internal. That's how I think of it. Branding is more about the external. So your branding, that's your website, that's your logo, that's your banners, marketing materials, business cards. It's really how your brand shows up in the world. All right. So that's an important distinction, because often people are talking about branding. I need help with my branding. I need better branding. And that is really about, like I said, the external stuff. I had to even kind of change my language, because initially when I first launched my business, I would say I'm a branding expert or I'm a branding strategist. And sometimes even when I say brand strategist, people will come to me that, you know, they're wanting business cards, they're wanting work on their website, they're wanting graphic design, because that's what they think about in terms of both brand and branding. They think it's, you know, it's all just kind of synonymous. Well, as a brand strategist, I really focus on the core, your brand message, what you want your brand to mean. What do you want people to think about when they think of your brand? What is the promise your brand makes? How are you positioning your brand? Your brand is about people's expectations. And so again, a lot of that has to do with mental, that has to do with the internal. And that needs to be clear first and foremost. That's something I want to, if you don't get anything else, I want to get that across. Your brand needs to come first. You need to get super clear about your brand. Again, the message. You should have keywords, whether it's just one, I would say no more than maybe 3 keywords that you use for your brand, that describe your brand or are the results that you want people to get from your brand. An example with my own brand, with Swag Strategy Solutions, is breakthrough. And that's really kind of common through the different things I do. And I say different, but they're all kind of related, like my podcast, my actual consultancy, when I speak. I want training. I want people to get breakthrough. That's a key word. That's a key message of my brand. Another key message is not needing, I had to kind of think about how I word it, not needing or it not being a requirement, perfection. And that is because, especially as a woman, again, it's not to say that this is something that men don't grapple with, but it does not seem to be as much of an issue for men as it is for women. Women are very much perfectionists. We deal with a lot of perfectionism and being so concerned, sometimes even obsessed or damn near obsessed about perfection, letting that keep us stuck, letting it keep us from moving forward when that's not required. Perfection is not required for success. Perfection is not required for bigger, for more. Perfection is not required for more sales, for growth, for getting more customers. Not many people, and sometimes even other perfectionists, don't care about perfection in other people. It tends to be more about themselves. They hold themselves at this perfect bar, this higher bar, sometimes this unachievable bar of perfection. And so that's also a key part of our brand. So you also need to have certain words in mind, certain, maybe a statement or a phrase to describe your brand and for the results that you want to come about from your brand. That needs to be clear first and foremost, really, before you dive into the branding. This is a common mistake a number of business owners, entrepreneurs, marketers, experts make. And it's not necessarily their fault because of what the industry has taught us and has said, and in some cases still do. I'd like to think that we've gotten away from this and people are more educated and savvier about brand strategy, marketing strategy. But I know for myself, you know, when I started my business full time, still kind of scary, 8 or so years ago, that's what I was being told. That's what I kept hearing. I need a website. I got to have a website. The website needs to be, I mean, almost perfect. It needs to be wonderful and look wonderful. I need business cards. Now that was kind of there from my corporate days. I also always had business cards being in corporate America. And they were always provided for me. So, I mean, I just kind of carried that over into working for myself. But there was a lot of emphasis on external stuff. And the truth is, I'll tell you guys this quick story. I spent 2.5 months roughly working on my website because I convinced myself, my moderately tech savvy self. Now, I was probably not even, I was low moderate then. I'm moderately moderate tech savvy now, but I was less, let me say that, that's probably a better way of saying it. I was less tech savvy then, but I figured I knew enough to create a website, a fairly simple website. Yeah, that did not go that well. I spent 2.5 months working on this website. I wanted to chunk my laptop out the window. Thank God I didn't do that, but I thought about it because I should not have been working on my website. That was number one. That was not the best use of my time anyway, as a new entrepreneur and a new full-time entrepreneur, and whose husband at the time had just started a new job. Then benefits had not even kicked in, and I was spending all this time working on a website. Not good. Second reason that wasn't a good use of time is because, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying in the last segment about planning. You need to prioritize what's most important. What is going to bring in money to your business? What is going to, or what is most likely to move the needle in your business? And for me, and for a lot of business owners, again, there may be an exception if you have an online store, if you do most of your business from your website. But for a lot of people, that's not the case. And so having this website, that wasn't the most important thing then. I should have been talking to more prospective clients. I should have been, and I was networking. I was doing those things, but not as much as I could have been because I was working on a website. So, and that is branding. And I was doing that before I was crystal clear on the brand, really what my brand stood for, who was my target audience. These are the things you really need to get clear about. Your unique value proposition, that is what it is you do and why is it valuable, and why is it valuable specifically to your target market. Because the truth is, you don't have to reach everybody. Your product or service does not have to be considered valuable to everybody. Now, I know some of you may think differently. Again, that is a concept that more and more people in business are getting away from. But I know when I started, that was more prevalent. And even now, though, you have some people who are trying to serve everybody. That is recipe for failure. If you are able to avoid failure in doing that, you got lucky, or you just have the favor of God, because everybody is not going to be in love with your product or service, no matter how wonderful it is. And I'm sure it's wonderful. Your product may be you, your brand, it may be centered around you. You may be brilliant, but you're not going to appeal to everyone. So find out who it is you most appeal to. Find out who it is that will most benefit from what you have to offer. And that's who you want to connect with and who you really want to speak to in terms of your value proposition. So those are the things most important in kind of defining your brand and getting clear about your brand, creating your brand message. Also, brand positioning. I want to speak on that because that is something we don't hear as much about Some of you may not be familiar with that term at all. Positioning is really about maximizing your attributes, maximizing the benefits, the value of what you offer. It is how you position your brand. Again, sometimes this can be yourself in the marketplace. There are certain ways you can do that. And it's really important that you position, because otherwise you kind of get lumped into, groups with everybody else. Like if you are a web designer, if you don't position your web design a certain way, you don't position your brand in a certain way, you'll be seen as just another web designer. And then it gets tough for the consumer to really differentiate between you and the gazillion other web designers that they're seeing ads from, who's reaching out to them, who they may be getting mailers from. Positioning is really about what makes you different, what sets you apart. It is a way for you to really create your own lane. And if you can do that successfully, it really makes your competition almost irrelevant. I say almost because it may not make them completely irrelevant, but almost, because you have so well defined what you do and why it's valuable, and you've positioned it so well that the people who are meant for you, your target market, your most desired client, your most profitable client, as I often say, they start to really see you as the go-to person. They don't really even consider these other people or these other options as a possibility, because you have positioned what you have so well. It's like, that is exactly what I need. So a few examples of positioning, how you can position your brand, yourself. One is based on a particular group. So you may determine, let's say, for example, I used the example of a web designer earlier. Let's say you are a realtor. Now, depending on where you live, you're around a lot of realtors. You have a lot of competition in terms of realtors. In the Houston area alone, at least the last I checked, and that was probably a year and a half ago. So there may be more, there may be less, but there were about 35 to 40,000 realtors just in Houston. And I do think, that's metropolitan Houston, 30 to 40,000 realtors. All right. It's probably similar in other big cities. I suspect there's more in LA. I expect there's more in New York, in Chicago, cities even bigger than Houston. Even cities like, which may not be as big as Houston, but still big cities, Dallas, Detroit, Atlanta, Denver, Phoenix. I mean, they're going to have a lot of realtors. And so how are you positioning yourself as a realtor? If you're just someone who, a realtor who's like, I just want to sell houses, I want to sell, and some of this is stuff that I have heard from realtors, which I've thought, dude or sis, that's not the way to go. You need to change your intro. We need to talk. You need to change the way you're positioning yourself. But I've heard realtors say, I just want to sell houses to people who need them. I want to sell houses to everybody. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because one, everybody cannot afford a house. And especially if you sell certain houses, if you sell luxury real estate, if you sell real estate at a certain price point, everybody cannot afford those houses. Everybody doesn't have the credit score for those houses. Some people want to buy a house, but they're not at a certain level of urgency to really take the steps to buy a house or to prepare to buy a house. So you may come across someone who really just wants you to take them around and show them a lot of houses, but they're not trying to buy a house, not anytime soon. And so you need to get clear on who is your target, and then you could position yourself based on that particular group. You could position yourself as the number one realtor for millennial professionals. Now listen to that, because some of you will think, well, can I really say that I'm number one? I mean, is that number one in the city, number one in the state? I mean, it depends. You can state it really however you want to state it. And I'm not telling you to, intentionally mislead someone or to just go with hyperbole. But the reason you can make claims like that is the more specific you get. If you say you are the number one realtor for millennial professionals, for one, you've niched down some with that. You're no longer talking about everybody. You're no longer talking about all families. You're no longer talking about baby boom. You are talking about a specific group, and even a group within a group. Okay, see how that works? So that is a way to position yourself or your brand based on a group. Another way you can position your brand is based on a system, based on a framework, based on a special process. Do you have a special process of doing things? A lot of people do, both service and product-based business owners. Sometimes you don't realize it. Sometimes you don't really think about it because you're just doing it. But a lot of business owners, and especially experts, coaches, consultants, service providers, have certain systems, have a certain way of doing things. It may be a 3-step process. It may be a 5-step process, but this is something unique to you. Well, you can emphasize that. You can highlight, this is my system. This is the Rachel Wilson Thibodeaux special system for marketing online. I mean, that is a way you can position what it is you're offering. If you are an accountant, you may have a certain system, you may have a certain framework of doing your clients' taxes. It may be a different system for doing business owners' taxes versus non-business owners. That is something that you can highlight, you can emphasize. That will be valuable to either that group of people or the people who are most interested in that kind of system. All right. So that's another positioning strategy. You can position your brand as being the first. Now that's harder to do, but not impossible, because it depends on what it is you're doing. And so if your product or service is doing something, or you plan for it to do something that's really never been done before, if you are the pioneer of something, you definitely should highlight that. You definitely should point that out. That is a way to position your brand. All right. So those are just 3 examples. There's more. I talk about that some in my book, shameless plug, Brand Sell Profit, and something certainly I talk more about with my clients, especially in the brand breakthrough experience. That is a one-on-one service that I offer, where we really dive deep into your brand, developing your brand, monetizing, a plan for monetizing your brand. But I did want to share a few of those positioning strategies with you. All right. Okay. I'm keeping on time. All right. And let me just do a quick check here. Let me see. Yeah, you guys, this weather does seem to be causing some problems. I hope, oh my goodness, I hope so much that we don't have a repeat of what happened last year here in the Lone Star State. Hopefully not. All right. So one other point I want to make in terms of bossing up with your brand, the most successful, from what I gather, and keep in mind, I study brands, I focus on brands and marketing, because although they're different, and that's another source of confusion, brands and brand and marketing, or branding and marketing, it's not the same thing, but they are related. And I'm a firm believer, as I said before, that once your brand is solid and you have that foundation, it actually makes the other things easier, in particular marketing. When your brand is very clear, the brand message is clear, you've positioned your brand, you know who you're focusing on, what group you're focusing on, it tends to make the marketing easier, and as well as your sales and, you know, operations and other things. And so I spend a lot of time focusing on brands and brand strategy and how to make it better, and, you know, whether it's for my clients or and for my own business. And so what I have determined, what I see, the most successful brands, they are able to create an emotional connection with their consumers, with their prospects. It's not all about what they see. It's not all about numbers and data. I'm not going to say that does not matter whatsoever, but that's not the most important things. There is a stat that 53% of consumers, and this is fairly recent, I think this came from Salesforce, either 2020 or 2021. I know it's been since the pandemic. 53% of consumers have an emotional connection with the brands they buy from the most. I'll say that again. 53% of consumers have an emotional connection with the brands they buy from the most. Now, that last part, the most, is important because now we're not just talking about any customer. We're not just talking about someone, you know, who maybe is a one-off, they buy once and then they go on about their business. These are people who are loyal to brands. These are the brands they buy from the most. So these are repeat customers. These are loyal customers. These are often brand ambassadors, if you will. They are the kind of customers who tell other people about this brand, about this product, this service. These are your people who sometimes are, I mean, raving fans of a brand. Think Apple fans, think Nike fans, think Under Armour. There are several, Starbucks. There are certain brands out there where, I mean, people go crazy over these brands. Think about the lines, the long ass lines that people stand in, sometimes in rain, sometimes in cold weather, to get the new Air Jordans. Okay, that is a different level. That is an emotional connection. That is a mental that goes beyond just, you know, I like this. No, it's emotional. Apple users, I mean, if you ever doubt how people feel about Apple products and especially their iPhones, I mean, just go into some of these forums, these chats, sometimes even on social media, and see the battles that go on between iPhone and Android users. I mean, it is entertaining, but it's also a little crazy because people feel so strongly about these products. And that goes back to the brand, really. And so if you want that kind of support, if you want that kind of loyalty, if you want repeat customers, then you always need to be thinking how to appeal to people's senses, and in particular, their mental sense, their emotional intelligence. Okay. And even with things that are a product or service that may seem quote unquote boring, or maybe it's technical, maybe it's not the most exciting or the sexiest. You know, we heard from our gold sponsor and speaker, Muhammad, earlier, and you know, he's in financial services and financial awareness and you know, retirement management. A lot of people don't consider that to be, you know, sexy or something that really, you know, it is exciting, so to speak. But this is the thing. Even if you're in an industry like that, like financial services, insurance, retirement planning, estate planning, you have to find the connection between what you offer and a desired outcome. Because an insurance policy just on its face, just within itself, no, that's not really exciting. People are not, people don't get up in the morning wanting to really talk about, especially life insurance. There's different types of insurance, obviously, but people usually are not jumping up and down to talk about life insurance or even auto insurance. But when you connect that to what's really important to them, what really matters to them being able to leave something for their loved ones, having the peace of mind to know that their loved ones will be taken care of if something happens to them. If it's financial planning in general and investment management, you connect that to the vacation that maybe they haven't taken in 5 years, or the sabbatical they want to take, or maybe the second home they've been wanting to buy for 10 years and didn't think that they could do it. You connect your product, your service, your brand to a desired outcome. All right. That's how you make it sexy. That's how you create that emotional attachment. All right. Good, y'all getting it? All right. Okay. Because that stat, that really got my attention, because 53% is a significant number when you think about the number of consumers who, who say they have an emotional connection with the brands they buy from the most. And so, we hear a lot about know, like, and trust. Know, like, and trust. It's important that your customers, your clients know, like, and trust you. Well, that is important. I'm not going to say that does not matter. However, we need to go beyond that. We're in a market that requires the best marketers, the best business owners, the most successful experts, successful bosses to go beyond just know, like, and trust. Your customer, your prospect needs to know that you know them. Let me say that again. They need to know that you know them. They need to know you understand them. That's also where that emotional connection comes in. When your clients or your prospects, your audience, when they really believe you get them, you understand them, that has a lot to do with the growth of the influencer industry, influencer marketing. You've had all these influencers, especially online influencers, pop up over the last 5 to 10 years, because it is so easy for people to use social media, for people to go on YouTube, people to go on Facebook, on Instagram, now TikTok, and really create like a community and get people on board with them. And people get to know them, people get to hear them talk, they get to see them, in video. And people start thinking that they know these people. I mean, it's kind of the same as your favorite celebrities, your politicians, other high profile people that we see a lot. And so that is all about you taking the time to really get to know. It's not just about them knowing you and them trusting you. Yes, that's good, but they need to know that you know them. All right. That's what it's all about. So to wrap up and to give you guys some action items, and I think actually see these tech problems and everything going on has gotten me a little discombobulated. But But I think I forgot to share the action items from the last segment, the boss planning. So I'm going to take a little time to do that, as well as the action items for this current segment, boss brand. Okay. So from boss planning, and in case you missed that, you can certainly go back and check that out. You can check that out on the replay as well. But some things for you to do. We talked about, one of the things we talked about you planning as a boss is your calendar. So if you are not using a calendar, and that can be digital, or you may be old school like me. I use both, actually. I use a Google Calendar. I use a physical calendar. This is my planner. I used to have like one of those big Stephen Covey calendars, like with the the leather and all of that. That's the kind I really used to use in my corporate days, and then I kind of carried that over for a little while as an entrepreneur, but I've scaled it down now. So this is a calendar. I think I paid maybe $30 for this. I got this at Barnes and Noble. I have since seen these at places like Marshall's and Ross for like $10. I mean, like almost the exact same calendar that I paid $30 for at Barnes and Noble. So just FYI, but I really like this. It has, folder or little pockets or whatever. So I use both, but you absolutely need to plan your calendar. And so one action item is to plan out the personal things. Remember, I said, plan your business around your life rather than the other way around. So if you are someone, for example, we talked about, there are people in business who have the dream, have a desire of working a 4-day week. They want to just work 4 days a week. Well, then you need to start putting those off days on your calendar. That's the only way it's going to happen. If you want to take off every Friday, if you want to have every other Friday off, if you want to have Mondays off. I know a coach who had a hair salon in her previous life, and then she became a business coach, and she wanted to keep, I think this is it's funny because most people don't care about Mondays or being off on Mondays. But if you know anything about the beauty industry, many of them are closed. A lot of salons and what have you, stylists, they don't work on Mondays. And she wanted to continue that in her coaching business. And so that's what she's done. But she had to plan that. All right. So whatever off days you want to have, put that on your calendar, put important birthdays, other days, personal days, your mate's birthday. If you want to do something special, if you want to go on a spring break trip, put those things on your calendar, and then plan the business activities. If you do a launch every year, or you do a special campaign every year for Black Friday, that needs to be on your calendar, and not in October or September. And that's also a note to self. It needs to be on your calendar really at the beginning of the year, definitely by like first, second quarter. That needs to be on your calendar. If you plan on, we're in first quarter now, if you want to launch something new in the second quarter or the third quarter, that needs to go on your calendar. So that's one action item. Another action item from boss planning is your goals. And some of you have heard this before, but it warrants saying it again. Write your goals down. It's not enough just to have them up here. That is helpful. That's better than not having any at all. But you want to write your goals down, and write them somewhere where you're going to look at them. Don't write them in on some tablet, and then you put the tablet underneath a book, underneath something else, or it's underneath your desk. You need to have your goals front and center. So if that means even putting them on sticky notes, if it means writing them on a whiteboard or something where you see them, or you are intentional about seeing them, but write your goals down and review your goals. And also the last action item in terms of planning, remember what I said about planning your marketing. This is a great way, really, you guys, and this is something I'm still working on. I haven't mastered it yet, but I am working on it. This is a great way to boss up, because marketing is so important to business. Probably the most important thing. There are certain levels, once you get to a certain point, marketing may not be as important, but it's still important. And so plan your marketing. And one way to plan your marketing is based on themes or topics. So for every month, that's a great way I use to do it. Establish a theme for every month in terms of your marketing. That could be based on an objective. You may have a different objective this month than you have in March. You may have one objective for April in terms of marketing. One month, you may be really focused on generating leads. Another month, you may be more focused on just brand awareness, getting in front of more people. Another month, you may be focused on trying a new marketing strategy. Maybe Facebook or Instagram ads have worked really, really well for you, but you don't want to get too dependent on that, because I just tend to be, I do use paid ads as well, but I never really want to get completely dependent on ads and through another platform that I don't control, because something could happen to Facebook. Now, I know that's not as likely. I tend to think, there are just certain companies that if something happens to them, you might think the Lord is on his way back, but it is possible. All right. It's not impossible. So you may want to use this month to, okay, let me experiment with organic marketing. Let me experiment with some mailers. I've never done that, or maybe I haven't done that in a very long time. Maybe it didn't work for you a year ago, but it might work for you now. And so think about these things in advance and plan them. All right. So those are the action items for planning. Now the action items for bossing up in your brand. As we talked about, and I shared with you the difference between your brand and branding. So you know that. If you missed that, then definitely check that out on the replay. But be very clear how that relates to you. So your brand is really the core of what your business is about, or what your product or service is about. It is also what other people tend to think about when they think of your product or service. Your brand is not all about you. I know I'm saying your brand, but it's still not all about you. It's what comes to mind of your consumer. All right. So you need to really understand that as it relates to your own brand. Your brand message, we talked about that. So if you have not already done so, determine what 1 to 2 keywords really describe your brand, are really the center of what your brand is about. If you have a clothing line, for example, is your clothes more about, sexy? Or are they more a luxury brand? Is it more about comfort? Think about really the result that your customer experience from your clothes, or whatever it is you offer, whether it's a product or a service. But you should have 2, maybe 3 tops, because you don't want too many, then it can get confusing. But you should have 1 to 3 keywords and ways of describing your brand. Maybe it's empowerment. I told you, for me, one of mine is breakthrough. That's really the big one, breakthrough. So think about that and come up with those keywords for your brand. And also, as we were just talking about, the emotional connection. I'll say that stat one more time. 53% of consumers have an emotional connection with the brands they buy from the most. So I want you to kind of do an audit on your brand. And this may require you to talk to your customers. Some business owners don't really talk to their customers. You want feedback. Don't resist feedback, even if it's not quite what you want. And sometimes the negative feedback can be the best feedback, because that is really what helps us get better. But you may have to talk to your customers and really find out, what is it, especially repeat customers, those customers that love you and that buy from you over and over again. You need to hear from them. And again, you may have done this before. I encourage you to do it again. If you've never done it, you absolutely need to do it. Find out from them, why do they keep buying from you? Even if you think you know, and maybe you do know, but find out from them, hear what they are saying, because it may be something that you're not even thinking about. So get that feedback and use that also going forward in really determining how to create that emotional connection. That usually happens from appealing to two things: pain or pleasure, sometimes even both, pain or pleasure. So you connect your product, your service to a pain. What's going to happen if they don't get your product or service? Or to pleasure. What pleasurable result will come about from them using your product or service? You know, if you're a travel agent, for example, then of course you can talk to your prospects about going on a great vacation, especially with, you know, COVID going on. A lot of people have not traveled or have not traveled as much. You have to really appeal to, you know, in Janet Jackson's words, you know, I'm still on, I'm sure some of you also saw her documentary, so she's still kind of fresh in my mind, but I remember that song, The Pleasure Principle. You have to appeal to that pleasure principle. And then the flip side of that, again, some people take action more based on pain, avoiding pain. And so whichever way you go, and sometimes you kind of have to test and experiment to see what works well for your audience. Because if you go in die hard focusing on their pain, your audience may not respond well to that. They may be more of a pleasure type of group. And so you have to be aware of that. All right, there you go. So guys, we are almost at 3:00. Which means it is almost time for our panel. All right. And hopefully, hopefully we will have all of our panel. There have been some glitches today. And I know I shared with you earlier, what's going on in Texas. I don't think, anything is happening like we experienced last February, not yet. And hopefully that doesn't occur with the whole power thing and all that. But we're still experiencing inclement weather in a lot of Texas. And so even as a result of that, schools are closing early, people's schedules are changing, what have you. So hopefully we will have our panel and we can go from there. So let's take a quick break because it is literally about 5 or 6 minutes until 3. So we're going to take a quick break, let's say about 5 to 7 minutes. That will give us a little more time for the rest of our panelists to arrive and for anyone to go take a quick break. So see you back in just a few minutes. Okay, we are back. And I am super excited. I'm kind of uber excited about this panel. And it looks like most of our panelists are with us. We're missing one right now. Hopefully he can jump on. But otherwise, we're going to go ahead and get started. And I'm going to bring on the panel in just a moment. And I do want to point out again, we have had some glitches today. The link that was sent out for people to access the event did not work. And I am now thinking that may be my error. The link that Facebook provides for guests are not, there are different types of guests. All right. So I really think the guests they're referring to are speakers, because you can bring people, add people into your live, and they're considered guests. When I looked at that initially, I thought that meant any guests, anyone joining, but no. So that caused a problem. And since invitations were sent out, but everybody has not been able to, or probably have not even seen that. And I have gotten a few messages from people who didn't see the invite. So I'm getting into techie stuff right now, but just to kind of explain what's going on, and also to my panelists, because something else odd that's been happening. There were people on earlier who I could see on my phone, but it's not showing up here on StreamYard. I'm not sure what that's about. So we're going to go on, and keep in mind there will be a recording. And so I'm going to bring on, and I also said that because there may be some questions. I will check to see if there are additional questions from audience. If not, then, we'll wrap it up then. So I am really excited to bring on our at least now 5 panelists, ultimately perhaps 6, who will be sharing with you their idea of bossing up and what that has looked like for them. And some of them have really overcome some major challenges, both business and personal. And I also really wanted to include some moms and moms and wives, because I work with a lot of women, and I hear this from a number of women, that it's very hard to run a business, and especially if you're starting a business on the side while working a job, that it's very hard to do that, and really just almost impossible, while also being a mother. And I wanted to include some ladies who are doing just that, because I'm kind of like, I don't think that's the case. Now, I try not to be too judgy about that, because I don't have children, at least not human children. Do have a fur baby who's sometimes like a child, and a husband who, sometimes they're like kids too. Shout out to my men, love the men. But nevertheless, I know a number of working mothers who are killing it, and I have some of them on today. And so I wanted to include them and just really give you some solid examples of people who are serious and who are taking action, not just talking, because we hear a lot about bossing up. We see that a lot. We see the pictures. We see the pictures on Instagram, on Facebook, and, we see the videos. I was kind of only half joking about this last week. These videos of, influencers, and I do air quotes, not to say that there are not some real influencers, but then there are, the kind of wannabe influencers and other people. You see all these videos of them getting out of a car or walking from a private plane. Often it's not their private plane, but, it's a private plane, and they have on dark shades, and it's all in slow motion. And, it's all designed to make you buy into this belief, this life, this business that sometimes really does not exist, and it screws some people up. And so there's more to it than that, though, in terms of really bossing up. So let me bring on my panelists, and I'm going to allow them to tell you a bit more about themselves, what they do. You've heard from a couple already, the sponsors. You will hear from our last sponsor after this, Sonia Pelton Sam. But yes, hey, you guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey there.
Okay, all right. Now, Muhammad, at least for the time being, unless Ramaya joins us, you are the lone male. So, I figure you can handle that. You usually good with that. Okay. So let's just do kind of a round robin, and I will give you guys a little time because we're going to get into more, but maybe about just 30 to 45 seconds to introduce yourself and what you do. Wait, hold on a minute, because I'm hearing some an echo. Make sure if you are logged into Facebook, you probably need to log out of Facebook or either put it on mute, because we're getting that stuff. Okay, now I don't hear it, so maybe it's okay. All right, so let's start with Shemaine.
Hi, everyone. I am Shemaine Wilson. I am currently the owner of Ivy Grace Boutique. It's an online women's boutique. I am a wife, a mom, and I'm also a third grade teacher.
Thank you, ma'am. Nancy?
Hi, I'm Nancy Delkey. I am a certified life coach, also known as the Trusted Dream Coach. I created the Dream Process and platform to help purpose-driven Christian women stay in alignment with God and His plan and purpose for them. I am a wife, no children, but yeah, I've got a few fur babies myself. So,
all right, cool. Sonia.
Hello, my name is Sonia Pelton Sam, also known as The Glam Coach, where I help you G, get up now, L, love yourself, A, affirm your belief, and M, it is some things that you can make happen right now in your business. How? By creating you some digital products. That's right, I help you create digital products and some physical products that you can sell and make you some ching, some money.
Gotta love it. Now, see, some of you know, if not all of you know, I'm all into being memorable. See that? Okay. Muhammad.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Salahuddin. I'm the owner of Rooftop Financial Solutions. I am the tax-free retirement specialist. And I would like to say, even though I'm the only male on here, my greatest inspiration is a woman, my mom. She was a businesswoman her entire life, never had to work for anyone else. And so I made a commitment to myself at a very young age that I was going to be like her and not work for anyone else. So glad to be on this panel, and hopefully I'll learn a little bit something. I got to give me a gadget, that little ching thing. I like that. I'm picking that up.
I know, right? I know. All right. Thank you. And Day.
Hey, everyone. You know how you spend 30 minutes to an hour looking for a document on your computer? How many of y'all have that issue? Or maybe you wake up to like 1,000 emails in your inbox and it's just like, oh, how do I get rid of these? Well, I am a productivity consultant and digital organizer. I help busy professionals and small business owners organize their systems, their processes, and their digital files in order to be more present, productive, and profitable in business. I'm also a mom of 2 young kids, Jackson, Nova, and I'm married and I work a full-time job. So I love to stay and be organized. That's what keeps me sane. And I want to do the same for other people as well.
All right. Very cool. Okay. So before we jump in, full transparency, let me, because it could come up, it may come up. And so everyone on the panel, I know, and some I know better than than others. Shemaine is my sister-in-law, and so before anyone may think, oh, well, you brought your sister-in-law or your family on. I brought her on because she should be here and because she fits the description of what I said, and she has bossed up. Sonia is a longtime friend of mine, like going back to junior high or high school. We're classmates, but she also has absolutely bossed up. And she'll share more of that with you. Muhammad is a longtime friend and business partner as well, 12, 15 years or so. Nancy and Day, I have worked with more recently. They are clients of mine. Nancy is a current client of mine. Day is a former client of mine. And two of the better clients, I would even say it, probably two of my favorite clients.
Ooh.
And you can't say that about everybody. You guys know that. So yeah, there's there may be a little bias here, but these are people who absolutely should be here. So having said that, let's talk more about this whole bossing up thing. When you hear that term, one, what do you think about? What does bossing up mean to you? Is that just kind of a colloquialism, just kind of something you throw around? What does that mean to you? And how have you demonstrated that? And really, anyone can jump in.
I'll start. When I saw this question in the email, I thought about when people say, I want to go in business for myself because I want to be my own what?
Boss.
Right? And so that means they're trying to take some control back. They want to feel like they can drive the car and be on their own path. And so that's what bossing up is. It's taking control of your life. It's taking control of your circumstances, no matter what the challenges are. It may not be the right time. You may not have enough money, but you're doing everything you humanly can in order to move forward with whatever your goals are. And so that's what bossing up means to me.
I love that, and I can completely agree with you. I first started out with my side business just as a hobby. And then once I got into it, I was like, oh, I really like this. I enjoy working for myself. But at the same time, I want to be able to create opportunities for other women. So for me, bossing up is not only taking control of my life, but empowering others to take control of their life and be their own boss as well.
I would like in light of the fact that some of the individuals that are participating in this event, not just us as panelists, but those that may strive to get to the point where they feel like they are in business for themselves. I think if you have a full-time job, bossing up is realizing that you have as much value to that employer, or your value to that employer also can lead you to a better job. Like, in other words, you can boss up in stages. You don't just have to quit your job and start a business, but you have to have the mindset that even on that job, you don't have to have any real fear. And I like the fact that where we are today as a society, I saw a deal on 60 Minutes, and I think, Rachel, you referenced this earlier in the program about the great, what is it called? The
Resignation.
Great resignation, exactly. Well, I've always had that mentality. Even when I had a job, I've never had a job that I feared losing, because in my mind, if company A hired me, then company B will too. Like, there's no need for me to have a fear. So that whole concept of bossing up, it doesn't just apply to being in business for yourself. You should be bossing up on your job so that you can either find a better job and then one day be in business for yourself. But if whatever point in life, and I'll wrap it up with this, but if whatever point in life where you become content, then you're going to lose the necessary edge to boss up, even when you're in business for yourself. So boss up no matter where you are. When I go to the fitness center after this here program, going to the fitness center, I'll be in there probably by myself, but I'm gonna be bossing up on the weights. You have to have that mindset of just bossing up in every area of life.
Okay, you didn't have to just flaunt you going to work out, Muhammad. I see how you just kind of put that in there. Okay, all right.
I'm trying to inspire people across
Thanks.
the board.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Other ladies, do you want to jump in there?
I think bossing up starts with having a vision. Y'all see me behind me, like before I was out into just the business, I was the vision board lady, right? I was helping people through life coaching and the tools that I'm using is what people are using now. So I'm making those tools in a digital form and physical form for other people. But bossing up starts with a vision, right? I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a vision in your marriage. I don't care if it's a vision on your job. I don't care if it's a vision in your business. I don't care if it's a vision for your kids, right? I don't care if it's mental, physical health. All of that comes into bossing up. I even had a battle with cancer, right? Y'all see me now, but if you saw me on the flyer, I was bald-headed. And through that all, I still had to boss up. I still had to run my business. I still had to take care of my family the best that I could. And so bossing up, if you get your mindset right, if you get your vision right, if you focus and get clarity, right, you'll be able to boss up in every area of your life. Now, then again, a lot of times we look at boss up and we think that it's perfect. We are not perfect, right? We will never be perfect. Your life will never be perfect in every, like they say, 8 areas of your life, right? It's going to be juggling. You're going to put stuff up and pick stuff up and put it down at different times, and you have to know when. But that's what I think of when I think of bossing up.
Solid.
Those are great. Muhammad, ladies, wonderful. I agree with everything that each of one of you have said. For me, it's a little bit different. Stepping up to me is stepping, or bossing up is stepping into a new level of leadership. In my business, it's having greater impact and influence, and stepping out of my comfort zone, which, God bless Rachel, one of the things she helps me with. But, I heard recently that success is not, don't seek to be successful, seek to be a person of value. And for me, bossing up is really about every area. It's being the best person that I can be. And I pray that I'm a blessing everywhere I go, whether it's, with my hands, my words, or my writing. So it's being a person of integrity. It's, but bossing up to me also, it's partnering with my God. I can't do it without him. So for me, it's all about staying in alignment. It's just about, being the best I can be. And I agree, we're not perfect all the time, but we do get to shine our light, right? And be the best we can be most of the time. So
absolutely. And this whole thing with perfection, which I want to deal with that a bit more too, because that's like a big obstacle for some people. And I'll say it, and Muhammad, I don't know how you feel about this as a guy. I tend to see this more among women. I've shared this with some of you. It's something Nancy and I have talked about. I may have talked about it with Day. I see it more with women because I do work with more women. And there's this whole, almost obsession with being perfect, and everything has to be perfect. And it holds a lot of people back, in particular women, because all the I's are not dotted and all the T's are not crossed. And it was definitely a struggle for me, because I like to say I'm a recovering perfectionist. It was kind of a news flash when I realized I am not perfect. Girl, you are not perfect. You're not going. I was like, really? And I was talking to myself. I was like, really? It's like, really? You're not. And so it's like, once you accept that, then you're better, and you can better navigate things. Have any of you dealt with that, with the whole perfectionism thing? And how did you deal with it?
Absolutely. If you don't mind me stepping in. It's interesting because I'm not sure I really look at as perfection so much as what women struggle with. I'm not enough. I'm just not enough. And it's interesting because I've been journaling lately. I've been working on stepping out of my comfort zone on a few new projects. And what revelation came to me today was I believe that I'm enough when I'm in my own lane, when I'm in alignment with God, when I know what my purpose is, I know the plans, I'm in alignment, right? What women, my clients, myself, what can trip us up and steer us into the ditch is when we compare. It's when we look at someone else's journey. And all of a sudden they seem, they're more successful than me. They've got it all going on. And like you said earlier, Rachel, coming off the plane with the shades and everything, guess what? We don't know what's going on in their world. And we really, honestly, we really need to stay in our own lane and just focus on ourselves. Comparison can be devastating if you keep looking in that direction.
Right.
I would like to add I can't necessarily relate to the actual feelings that women may experience in that sort of pursuit for perfection. But what I will say is that as men, we deal with that as well. However, we've perfected the art of faking it until we make it. And so I think there's we have our insecurities too, but we're not as prone to exhibit those insecurities. Even setting this up, I'm not the most tech person, and I'll have a vision of how I want something to look. So I actually wanted this banner behind me to look like it was fit perfect for the screen, but it just wasn't going to happen. I've been messing with it all morning, and so finally I don't know what it looks like to you, but it ultimately the conclusion I came to is that, hey, you know what, it's good enough. And I think there's a saying in sports that, and it applies across the board. I just hear this one sports reporter use it all the time, is that great is the enemy of good. And sometimes in the process of trying to be great, we don't appreciate being good or good enough. And so, when you're in business for yourself, I mean, at least that's how I feel, is that, I accept that everything is on me, like my entire business, and that's exciting. However, I have to work past any insecurities or imperfections and just know that I'm good enough. And once you you say that to yourself long enough, you'll eventually believe it.
Right. All right, one more for this question.
I'll chime in. I deal with this on both ends. As for myself, I have a little bit of hesitation with moving forward until everything is like lined up. That's the planner in me. So that's this challenge I'm constantly working through. But even when I'm working with clients, if they have me to their house and it's stuff everywhere, it's clutter, I'm always trying to encourage them about, giving themselves grace. And kind of similar to what Muhammad said, I always tell them, done is better than perfect. Let's just work on taking baby steps to get some things done, because that's really what it's about. Like, as long as you're moving forward, you're doing good. You're doing great, actually. And so I see it on both ends, and I try to, practice what I preach. And so it's definitely a daily thing for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving on to the next question. This is something else that a lot of would-be entrepreneurs, leaders, and this event is targeted more or mostly to entrepreneurs, but not solely. And so I am glad that you guys made the point earlier about it could be a non-entrepreneur, it could be someone working within an organization, and you still need to boss up. And I'm a firm believer of that, an advocate of that. You need to constantly be the CEO of you. Even if you work for someone else, you need to be on the lookout and running your career like a CEO, like a boss, because you never know when things may change. And it is about knowing that you have other options. So I'll ask you though, in terms of being an entrepreneur, how did you deal with the belief that you could even do that? And Muhammad, you and I have talked about this, and so if you it will be a gentleman for this question, and let a couple of the ladies go first, but I do want to hear from you as well, because you've already kind of touched on this. But what was it that really convinced you? Because I know with some of you, that may have been a challenge, or that was a challenge at one point. And I see that all the time with other people. It's really just even believing that they are capable of working for themselves, of running their own businesses. So what was it that changed that belief for you? And you know, maybe some of you, that was never a concern. But if it was, what was the change? What convinced you that, yeah, this is something I can do, or I think this is something I can do? So one of the ladies, jump in.
Well, Rachel, probably ever since you've known me, I've been in business.
Close.
So I went, like in high school, I was doing hair, right? I was doing nails. So I was making money then. And so the transition, I went to college, figured out that was not for me. Started up my own salon, went to school, started up my own salon. And from there, I had one of the largest Black-owned salons in Fort Worth, Texas, back in the day. And so
I was a customer.
Yes, she was a customer.
That was pre-natural days.
Yeah, I turned a Pizza Hut building. Now I was young then, and converted it into a salon. And so, like from my youth, I probably thought like I could do a lot of things. Now I will say this transition. So since then, I got married, sold the shop, moved to Houston. Had a couple of transitions, right? So this one is different. This is not the salon. The salon is easier to make money in than life and business coaching, right? And so it was a transition before I actually really started making money and things like that. I think I always believed that I could. But then, like I say, cancer happened, things happened, but it just kept going. And so what I can say is it's a mindset thing to believe that you can do it. If you start something, people, don't quit. Don't quit because it gets hard. Don't quit because you're not making any money, right? It was times I was making no money. I was still showing up saying I was the glam coach. I was still showing up talking about what I do. I was still showing up showing products, right? And so I can say if you don't quit, you'll win. You just keep pushing and you just keep going for it. And sometimes that takes years, right? But you have to keep persevering, and you have to keep going. And this was one of those things where I kept going. And I still teach school. So I did go back to college. I did that. I believed I could. I'm a school teacher, and then I'm doing my business. And right now my business is making probably 2.5 times more than teaching school. So I might be transitioning from there, but I love what I teach. So I will say, look deep down inside, know who you are. I'm a creative on the inside. I'm a teacher, but I'm an art teacher, right? Everything I do, you see behind me. When it was life coaching, it was creative. When it's business coaching, it's creative. I'm a creative at my core. Learn who you are at your core, go for it, and keep going and just do it.
All right. I like that.
You better do some coaching, friend. I'm getting coaching from both ways. We have two coaches on with us. Now, Sonia, you touched on something that I really want to reiterate. I just want to interject because I see this or hear this from people, and sometimes I blame it on youth because sometimes this comes from younger millennials or even Gen Z. Now, I know we have some millennials on, so I don't want to offend y'all or anything. These are usually like, early 20s, mid 20s.
I'm not
people
offended.
Trying, what's that?
I'm not offended.
Okay. But these are people who have tried business or just even tried selling something, and after like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month,
Mhm.
isn't working. I haven't sold anything. I'm not making any money. And I mean, it's kind of funny now. There was a time, I mean, maybe I would have, I don't know if I would ever responded that way after a few weeks, because I have sales in my background, maybe still a short period of time. But I'm just glad that, you touched on the fact that becoming successful in business can take a long time, and you have to be prepared for that. Honestly, that is the case for more people than not. A lot of the stories we hear and we see, especially on social media, again, sometimes they're not always true. Just keep that in mind too.
Mhm.
But a lot of what we hear and we see is like overnight success, and people are having these 5 and 6 figure launches in a weekend, and they're selling out the first product in the first and that's not the norm. And
Right.
we need to keep that in mind. Something else I'll touch on kind of along those lines. A lot of times people are sharing how much they made or how much they sold. Keep in mind, that's not the same as profit.
Mhm.
Now, my finance mind is coming into play here.
Mhm.
Sales is not profit. So sometimes when you're seeing people or hearing people say, I made $125,000 in this weekend, but what they're not often sharing, they spent $95,000 to
Yeah.
make that 125.
Right.
And so that in proper context, that's not quite the same. But then you have someone looking at that, and going back to the whole comparison thing that Nancy touched on, feeling like they're just crap and they're losers because they've been at this for 5, 6, maybe 8, 10 years and haven't made 6 figures in a weekend. So I really just want to reiterate that it takes time. Absolutely takes time.
Rachel,
Okay.
Rachel, that's my favorite subject, though. What you just talked about is one of my favorites. We see people 6 figures in 6 months, and everybody go spend $10,000, $20,000 to work with those coaches, right? You're not there yet.
Yeah.
And so then you come back and you complain. They come to me and they complain. It's like you should have came here first, right? You go to base level first. It's like elementary, middle school, high school, college, right? And now people get a bad name. No, you just jumped there because they told you something. I tell people, watch the whole story, know the whole story. I've had people talk to them. Your husband used to be a football player. Everybody's going to buy your product because they want to be in the know. Right? You quit your job, you cashed in, so you able to hire this person who does XYZ. They're known to make big lunches. Like you said, they put their big investment up front to not have to do much work. Branding is automatic, PLO is automatic, everything had a brand on it. They take them in, they tape, they make them up, they take pictures, they ready to go. You don't have that kind of money to invest. And so it takes more time. And I think people get disappointed because we hear these stories. We don't know the behind the scenes. So take your time, study, research, know the behind the scenes before you get caught up into somebody else's story, right? Because like you said, it's not automatic.
Yeah.
That's well said. I agree. And I think that comes back to, again, just staying in your own lane. For me, I would say, I was in the corporate world for a lot of years as well. And you know what? God closed that door without my say. And the difference for me is I just have always had a deep passion to make a difference and help women to feel better and to just rise above the noise and the distractions that get us off track. So I've always been really firm in being really secure in your why. Why do you want to do what you want to do? That's important. And honestly, even just, if you're new to this, gosh, just get still for a while. Be still for a while and answer some questions. Why am I doing this? If you don't have the right intentions, I don't believe that we can be successful without the right intentions. If you're in it just for the big bucks, well, maybe you will be successful. That's not my idea of success. But I think really knowing your why and knowing you're going to have tough days. Absolutely. It is not always going to be easy, but remembering why you're doing it, remember that passion behind what you're doing, and partnering with the right people helps too. Thank you, Rachel. Yeah.
All right, Shemaine. And if you need a reminder of the question, what convinced you that you could run a business?
I agree with a lot of what you all were saying. Like, I've always been like a go-getter, like no matter what it is. I grew up in not so good circumstances. And so from a young age, I always knew that I was not going to live my life like that. I knew that I needed to have a strong foundation and a good relationship with the Lord. So I've never been convinced that I couldn't do anything. You lose 100% of the opportunities you don't take. So I feel that if I go and I at least take that chance, something's going to happen. And if it doesn't pan out the way that I want it to, then that's a lesson that I learned.
Right, that's solid.
All right, Muhammad, did you want to jump in there?
What convinced? I just want to make sure I get the question right. What convinced me that I could be successful? Well, two things, and again, I go back to my foundation, which is my mom. My mom has never worked a job in her life, never had a W-2 income. She took cosmetology in high school, started doing hair right out of high school, opened up her own beauty salon, raised and adequately provided for 6 kids, and a lot of times you don't realize this when you're young, when you're a child, but just looking back on it, we all had bikes, we never, there was never any hardships. Like, I don't have one of those hardship stories because my mom provided very well for us as an entrepreneur. So, understanding that or looking and acknowledging that she could do that, in my mind, like, why wouldn't I succeed? My mom graduated high school in 1964. So when I think about that, that was before the Civil Rights Bill was passed. And so for me not to win would almost be an indictment on me. That would be almost, and she used to always tell us this growing up. She was like, your job is to do better than I did. Every generation should do better than the previous generation. So for me to go give 30 years to a corporation, that would be going backwards. And so, and then when I got my license in 1994 to market financial products, here I was, a 24-year-old guy, had just moved to Dallas. I really didn't even know anyone. My first client was a guy that I was in the Air Force with. Went over back in the days of paperwork and ink pens and filled out the paperwork, sent it in. Now I do everything virtual, electronically, right? But mailed that in, and I received a check for $700. And I knew, I said, all I have to do, if I did this once a week, and again, I barely graduated high school, no college degree, and my friends around that time period were graduating college, getting great jobs, and I've always been good with basic numbers. Like, if a $700 sitting down with a friend for about an hour, if I did that once a week, the math was just simple. That's $2,800 a month. And I was driving an old beat up VW Fox at the time, and had a $400 a month apartment. Like, the numbers just made so much sense that in my mind, success is automatic. Now, I've taken over the years risk that I should not have taken, buying into others' platforms and doing things that other people thought I should do, and had some setbacks, but none of those setbacks ever made me question my ability, because I would always think back to my mom, who made all of her money beautifying women, and so there was never that, like, I can't say that there's never been any doubt, but even when I doubted myself, I would always just give myself a little pep talk and think back on how I started, thinking back on how my mom, ran her business, and whatever doubt I may have had, I would quickly overcome it. So, and then one more thing too, I don't know who said something that made me think about this, but other people will try and make you doubt yourself. And one of the things I'm good, like, I can be very competitive. I'm not as competitive today as I was, let's say, maybe 15 years ago. But you have to understand where I was 15 years ago was that, I was intolerable from a competition standpoint. I see that look, Rachel. But but the point is that what I do sometimes, if I think someone today may doubt my potential, I tell them what I plan to do. And in my mind, I can't quit because that person will say, I told you you couldn't do it. Like it's like I find ways to just motivate myself. If I think someone is doubting me, then I'll say something huge, like I'm going to make $2 million this year. So now I have to keep going because that person is thinking that I'm going to fail, and I'm not going to give them that benefit.
Okay. All right. So I'm glad we got Shemaine back.
Sorry about that. The internet is like spotty right now.
I know.
I apologize.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we did have the electricity did flicker a little bit. I think if everybody's in Texas with the cold, but
now the interesting thing about this, all of us are in Texas except for Nancy, and we're having more problems from this little freeze. And she's in Wisconsin though, where a week or two ago you were telling me it was like 12, I think.
Oh, it's a high of 16 today.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's just a heat wave. Oh my God.
But it's sunny.
It just makes me go, okay.
You learn how to dress.
Right.
This girl has long underwear.
Well, yeah. I'm sure. All right. So Dave, do you still have to jump off?
In a minute. I can hang on for a few more minutes.
All right. So maybe you can get in on this next question because we just have just a couple more questions. But I want you guys to share, what is it you think has really made the difference, and in particular over the last year or two, especially since COVID, what has really made the biggest difference in your business, in taking your business forward, progress, growth, if you've made more money? What is it, would you say, has really made the biggest difference?
Well, I'll go in. And it's funny because Rachel and I worked together last year, almost to the date, about my branding. But I actually got a really good business coach and started working with local networking groups. And I didn't think that networking was so important in business because I network in my corporate job. But this was like, forming relationships with people that can help you to advocate on your behalf. So they're selling your business to who they know, and the people that they know trust them. And that has made all the difference, having someone to show me the ropes, to help shorten my learning curve. And then, like I said, networking with people where I'm helping them and they're helping me has taken my business to the next level for sure. And I'm a very technical person. So I was thinking, business planning and, doing all the things, but it's really about relationships. Like that is the thing that's just, really propelled my business, is just forming genuine relationships where I'm helping people, they're helping me, and we all grow together.
Oh, I love it. Okay. All right. Sonia.
I would say just being able to do things virtually, right? Just really learning how to go live, really learning how to connect with people through social media and things like that. I did have a coach, like I said, through the cancer journey. So we're looking at probably 2 years ago. And she told me, she said, if what you have, it should be bigger than you. And I said, well, everybody want what I have. And she said, give it to them. You do it for yourself anyway. It should be bigger than you. I'm going to say it again. And I said, you're right. And so being able to give what I have to other people so that they can grow their business, right? that really helped me launch, I think, to the next level. And like I said, being able to do it virtually, digitally. I could do it from the hospital bed, right? The things that I do, I could do these awesome books and workbooks and make them go digital or physical products, like all the way through. And being able to build people's systems virtually, I think that really shifted everything to the next level in my business for me. So helping other people out to grow their business, help my business.
Okay. All right. Nancy.
I've got a couple things with that. The first thing that comes to mind for me, I would say, is persistence. I've had to really persist, really work through a lot of things personally. And I think learning how to focus on my progress, because I'm naturally a little bit harder on myself, and I think a lot of women are. Just learning every day to look at what did I accomplish? What, instead of focusing on, what can derail us, is focusing on what I didn't do, what I don't know, and what I don't have. So learning how to focus on what I do have, what I do know, and what I've accomplished, even if it was something small. I think that's really important for people in business. Some of my clients, I know they focus on, my gosh, I didn't get this done, I didn't get this done. But that simple perspective shift about, but what did you? It's huge. It really, really, really is a game changer for people. But also for me, I agree with Day. I think it's important to be partnered with people that support you, whether it's in business or just accountability is great. And honestly, I'm working with Rachel, and Rachel, you've been the game changer for me, because you see what I don't see. So no matter what business you have, no matter what you're doing, I think it's really important to be consulting with someone. If you don't pay for it, well, then have someone who knows a little bit more than you, or knows what you don't know. I'm not as good at marketing, but I'm great at creating master classes and things like that, but I don't know how to market it, So with the help of someone like Rachel, she can do what I can't. And so together we can do great things, but we all cannot do everything. So I think it's really important to accept that you can't do it all, and find the people to help you do what you can't.
Definitely. Muhammad.
Actually, a little bit of everything that they've stated, and I guess that's really, most business owners do operate kind of in the same space, same mindset. But when COVID first happened, I wasn't as focused on my business as I was, let's say, 7 months later. They shut everything down in March of 2020, and I was sort of like dabbling in some other stuff, but people started reaching out to me that were leaving jobs. They needed to roll over 401ks, and life insurance became even more of a concern for people. And so I was able to, really work with a lot of clients through Zoom meetings, which was new to me. I had never done a Zoom before. So COVID really allowed me to, and here's the thing, when I took COVID, I'm not saying that most people didn't, but I took COVID real serious immediately, because I'm somewhat of a germaphobe. So I was like stuck in my apartment by myself anyway. And so I had nothing but time to focus on trying to build my business and reaching out to people and just letting other people know what I could do for them, because I couldn't go anywhere. And so everything took off. And then I just started branding myself, and just, the logos, everything just happened in that year, because I couldn't go anywhere. So, between COVID and just technology, everything just took off. And I mean, this year is just going to be unbelievable. I mean, I believe it, but when I say it's going to be unbelievable, I feel like the most people are going to be like, you did what? But just being able to focus.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk a little more about COVID and what has happened since then. But Shemaine, what has been the biggest thing or a game changer for you? Uh-oh. Okay.
I think I missed the last half of the question.
What has been like the biggest contributing factor to your business progress, success, especially over the last year and a half to 2 years?
Well, my business is actually a product of COVID. I did not own a business until June 2020. So I'm a teacher and I have the summers off. So I have all this extra time and I'm just sitting here with these ideas. I've always wanted to own my own business. And I love fashion. And so this is just something that I I guess it took off for me in COVID with all the extra time. And I know a lot of businesses were developed in that time because you had nothing to do. You were stuck in the house. And I enjoyed that time with my family, but I mean, I'm like, okay, hold on. We need to do something. And I actually had a miscarriage, which is the I guess the backstory of how I really gain the encouragement to move forward with it. And my boutique is actually dedicated to the miscarriage that I had. And I'm so passionate about it. And with COVID happening, it just left me with a lot of thoughts. And I put those thoughts into action. I wanted to build a brand to make women feel empowered. I want to eventually one day partner with making miscarriages more, I guess, making people more aware that a lot of women experience it. And it's not just something that you should be quiet about. Like, talk about it, join these groups and seek the help that you need because it was one of the hardest times of my life. I never had to deal with loss like that. And I think with the time that I had with COVID, it just really helped me get my thoughts and push them forward. And since I did start, I have been, I guess, more successful than I thought I would be with marketing and networking and talking to the right people. And it's just grown more than I really ever expected just by making those connections with other people.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's absolutely tremendous what we've seen, but it's also kind of fascinating what has come out of COVID and what can come out of crisis. And I'm using air quotes because yes, on the surface, certain things appear to be crisis. I mean, for a lot of people, COVID has been a crisis. I mean, let's be honest. But at the same time, crisis also presents opportunities. And people sometimes miss the opportunities because they're so focused on the crisis. I don't remember for sure who said this or where it originated from because it's been different people have taken credit for it. I want to say it was one of these political pundits. I'm thinking I can see him, but I can't think of his name. He's from Louisiana. I think he may have worked in the Clinton administration or something. It was either him or it was Rahm Emanuel, who was another political guy, former Chicago mayor, who said, never waste a good crisis. And he got into some trouble for saying that, but I understand where he was going with that. And he was talking about it kind of from a political aspect, but that is very true. And that also kind of goes back to mindset. But I really want to get that across to people that crisis, adversity, challenges can often be like a catalyst for you really doing some things that you've never done and some things that you may not even think you can do if you allow it to, if you take on that mindset, because everyone here has had challenges, some major challenges. You've heard, we have panelists who have dealt with cancer. We've had panelists who have dealt with miscarriage. I also had a miscarriage. I talked about that in my book. So it's not a big secret. A lot of people have dealt with a lot of things, and everyone here though has come out on the other side okay. Yeah. And we're still not perfect. We still may not be where we want to be, but we are definitely on that path. And so I just wanted to reiterate that, because who knows what 2022 will bring. We often are optimistic. I think all of us, for the most part, we're optimistic. It's still the beginning of the year, so it's like we still have that new year fever, but the truth is we don't really know what this year will bring. It may bring more challenges and more unprecedented challenges, but it's like, what are you going to do? How are you going to respond to that? Because that's everything, how you respond to it. So in wrapping up, I have one more question, especially for another. The rest of you can answer this as well, but in particular for my moms. And then I have one last question. But again, often it is challenging, and I know it can really be. I mean, I don't know from personal experience, but I still kind of know, and also from what I hear from others, that it is so hard juggling family with work, family with a business. And both of you, Sonia and Shemaine, both of you are moms. Both of you have more than one kid. Shemaine has three boys. One of Sonia's sons is an adult, which is still kind of freaky for me, because I always see him as this little kid running around, and he's like really a man now and doing his own thing. But both of you have two kids, you husbands, the business, what has worked for you in doing that? And it's kind of a two-part question, which you can kind of answer together. What do you say to women who are like, it's just too much, it's too hard, it's too much, I can't do it?
I'll say that for me, if it's something that you are passionate about and it's something that you really want to do, you make time for the things that you want. And I hear that in a lot of different areas of my life. And I find that to be true in this situation as well. It is challenging, but at the same time, my husband supports me. My kids also support me. And I think that's really important. Like, my kids are in here with me packing up orders, and they want to make sure that they can help me in any way that they can. And so I feel that if you're organized, if you're passionate about it, it can work out. And for those women who are out there questioning whether or not they can do it, I think you can do anything you put your mind to. You tell your kids that all the time, or at least I do. And if you don't believe that for yourself, then how do you expect your kids to go about their life
If
believing
I
the
had
same
some tea, I'd take a sip.
But I really do. It is challenging, but nothing in life worth having is going to come easy. And if this is what you want to do, you go for it. And that's just how I feel. And it's a mindset.
Okay, Sonia.
This is difficult. Y'all want the juicy version, or y'all just want the regular?
We always want juicy, or well, I do. I can't
I'm
speak
gonna
for
tell
anybody
you.
else.
So running like a six-figure business back in the day, the salon. I lost two husbands because they weren't ready for the shift. They were young and I was young, right? And so I was working because I was building something, right? And so they weren't ready for that next level. So while I was working, they was working another kind of way. So I think you have to make sure, this is for the people probably who are single and are dating and saying, hey, I have a business or I want a business, because business takes up time. And so you have to get a partner, I think, that's ready to shift with you to those next levels, right? Go through that adversity with you, because shifts happen. And so I'm just blessed that I have a husband that he's pretty good, he's awesome, right? And but he can shift to those next levels with me. Like, I know what he's gonna be. He's gonna be in the office doing his shift, working on what he's doing, right? To shift to the next level in the things that he's doing. And so I don't have to worry about him just being out in the street. So I'm here shifting to the next level, and he's here shifting to the next level. And then I have a job, which is teaching, and he has a job with his engineering and stuff. So, like, we both have things that we're doing, and then we know how to take that time and to come together, right? So you have to know how to take that time, take the quality time, and come together. And then when you have kids involved, that's really another thing. And so really learning how to work your Google Calendar, right? And know who's where at what time and who needs to do what. So if you're blessed enough to have a husband or somebody that works with you, parents and things like that. They can take some of the time off, or like my husband, my son, he has a business, him and his wife, but they actually had somebody to help them with the kids. So you have to know, like, where do I need help? Where do I need a person to come in at this time to do X, Y, Z? Do I need to have, what I need to, like, you might have somebody to do your social media for you. You might need somebody to do X, Y, Z. You might need a house cleaner to come in and do that part for you. So it really takes really looking, putting those pieces together. I tell people, take your vision, map it out. What do I need? You have to know what you need. You're going to hold a lot of tasks. I call them tasks and titles. And you have to, I say, jot those down. What am I? I'm the soccer mom. I drive the kids here and there. At work, I'm a couple of things. At church, you might be 2 or 3 things. So you need to know what you need to take off your plate. You can't take everything on. Know your load. Right? And I tell people, jot it down. It doesn't seem like much because we have women doing the yard. Plus they keeping up the house, plus your own social media person, right? Plus you your own person that do XYZ. You holding too many tasks and titles. You have to say, no, this time all I can do at my job is this, unless it's mandatory. But sometimes we take on those things because it's like, well, I want to look good and I don't want to say no to this.
Right.
Say the no. Sometimes the no is good. At church, I can't usher. I can come in, I can serve. I'm making some coins over here, and my time right now is to give.
Girl, they probably have enough ushers anyway.
But I'm just saying,
how a lot of ushers.
And so you switching too many hats and tell them right now, this is my time to do XYZ, because after church I got to, and I don't have after Wednesday night to sit down with you and have those meetings. And so I think you have to do that in order to shift and to grow and to not break down and to stay mentally sane. And therefore everybody else that's attached to you, your kids, your husband, parents, sisters, brothers, everybody.
Right. Gotcha.
Rachel, may I add to that?
Yeah.
I love that. Shemaine, Sonia, both great points. I agree. I think too, and I'm not a mom. However, I do have responsibilities as a fur baby mom. I think priorities are important. Knowing what's priority, what's important. Also knowing how to set boundaries, like you said, Sonia. Absolutely. We have to know, okay, what are we willing to do? I think it's also important. I literally will mark off on my calendar date night. These are date nights. These are my working hours. I'm willing to work 2 nights a week with clients. Knowing, like you said, knowing what you're willing to do and really having a framework for it, knowing what that looks like, because that's going to help you to stay within those boundaries when you actually have them written out. Mm-hmm. I think another thing that's important to remember is, yes, saying no, but you know what? You learn along the way. You know what? The bumps, the bruises, it's what helps us to learn what to do differently, how to do it differently. But I think it's also important to remember that, you know what? Seasons change. Sometimes, like right now, I'm in a season of creation and things are different in this season than they will be when, I'm launching or when I'm whatever. So recognizing what season you're in and just embracing it, being okay with it. It's not going to look like last season, maybe. But that's okay. Mm-hmm. And just really having peace within yourself to know where you are. Like I said, what's most important to you, what do those boundaries look like, your priorities. But one more thing I do want to add, because I think it's important. You've all talked a lot about mindset. I didn't grow up with the healthiest mindset, so I've had to work at that. So for those listening that really maybe don't have the confidence that some others have, reminders. I am big on reminders and practical reminders. If you've got to have 20 sticky notes all over your house, do it. Remind yourself of what is true. What is true about you? What is true about your situation? What's true about your business, the people in your life? Always remind yourself of what is true, because believe me, you are going to be attacked from the people that love you. It's not always going to be easy. So really stand firm, know what you're standing on. And again, just keep reminding yourself of what is true, because that is really going to be important.
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, we are coming down to the last question. Before we get to that, Muhammad, a question for you, because I know you're not a mom. I don't think you're a mom. But I wanted you to speak to, this is something else that comes up a lot. I hear and see this a lot, especially with newer entrepreneurs. And sometimes just people, again, it's not always about entrepreneurship. This comes up sometimes with writing a book. This comes up with starting a nonprofit. I mean, just doing anything, that's bigger than ourselves and that requires us to make some changes and step out of a comfort zone. But, a lot of people complain about not getting the support from their family, from friends. And so I wanted you to speak on that because, I mean, from what I know, and we've known each other a long time, your family is pretty supportive, but I think, there's been some times, because as you say, you've tried some different things. How have you dealt with that, or how do you recommend dealing with that when, the whether it's a spouse, whether it's a sister, whether it's a brother, they're not really supporting you.
Right. Well, and there have been different thought processes over the years. So, there was a time when I did take it personal. But then, as you mature and you're only human if you do, like people say, even in sales, you can't take a no personal. No, actually, I think you should. If I meet with a client and I expect them to transfer this money and do business with me and they say no, I'm thinking, wait a minute, this makes so much sense to me. In order for you to reject it, you must be rejecting me, because you can't be rejecting building wealth. So, there must, what is it that I'm doing wrong? Like I still today will think about that. Like, what can I do better? Okay. Now I'm in a new stage of thinking, like I still feel that way at times, but now my thought process is, if your business is contingent in any way, shape, or form on your friends and family support, then you may not really have a business. You may have like a charity. You know what I mean? Like generally speaking, now I know there are exceptions to every rule, but you should have a product and service that is desired by hundreds, if not thousands of people. I'm one of 6 kids, and my siblings support me. Okay. However, if I was to put on a piece of paper, how could they support me more? Then I could still write down. There's always more that can be done, but there's always more that I can do. Like, I'm going to waste time sometime tomorrow, Friday, whether it's an hour or whether it's 5 hours. On Friday, I'm going to find a way to waste some time. And on Saturday, I'm going to look back on it and go, crap, I could have done more. So just like your expectation of other people, you should put those same expectations on yourself. And I guess to make sure that I'm really answering that question, go out and do the work and prove to them why they should have supported you. Like, that's how I look at it. Like, and I may have a couple of siblings on here watching, but sometimes, because we will joke with each other, right? So let's say we go home for the weekend. I'm from San Antonio, and we come from different places. I have a brother in Houston. I have a sister that lives here, and so we may all be at my mom's house. And let's say the weekend is up, and everybody on Sunday is packing up to go back home or do whatever, right? Now, sometimes I'll sit back and flex a little bit, like, well, y'all better get on the road. Y'all got to get to those jobs. Like you don't want to be late for work Monday, so like that in my mind, like that's just being a business owner has its privileges, and sometimes you just have to bask in it and not take everything so personal. Like, it's fun. It's and again, I don't know if y'all remember the Martin Lawrence show, and it was always a running joke, the guy Tommy that didn't have a job.
Oh yeah.
I'm the running joke. I'm the Tommy in the family, like, so even if you say something about work, it's like, you ain't got no job, but it's all fun, it's lighthearted. But I just say, whatever it is that you think you can do, whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, you just strive to go get it. You do whatever's necessary. don't necessarily worry about the ones that don't want it, because for every one person that, like, I have a real close friend right now that I cannot understand why she won't get back with me to transfer this money, right? But I'm not really taking it personal, but I'm like, why isn't she, But the point is that there are so many people, like I think I mentioned earlier, I'm about to launch a 10,000 piece mail out to potential clients. I'm working on perfecting that 10,000 piece mail out way more than I'm worried about the people that won't do business with me. Mm-hmm. Family, friends, or whomever. Keep your eyes on the prize, and to some degree, realize that you are the prize.
I like that.
I want to chime in, Rachel,
mm-hmm.
because I think sometimes we forget your target audience. One of the first things in business that we learn is your target audience. Exactly. So we're going to take Charmaine. Maybe she's selling dresses and hats and pearls. This person don't wear pearls. They wear bling. Now, they might support you and buy 1-2 pieces, but they just support it because they're going to have to give it away because it's really not for them, right? And so maybe they're not your target audience. We see it all the time. They tell you your colors, your logos. Different things can turn people out. But they're not your target audience. You're not building your business for your family, right? They are your family. And I heard TD Jakes say something about his kids. He was like, yes, they work at the church now, but he was like, I'm their dad at home. Like, I just expect to be their dad. One of the girls, that was not her bishop at one time. She was really under somebody else, and it was okay, right? They're your family. Mm-hmm. And so I think sometimes we push all that off on family. If you don't buy my book, if you don't buy my earrings, if you don't come get your hair done like by me, maybe you wanted braids, right? Maybe you liked it a little shinier, and it's okay, right? And so I think we forget that it boils down to the target audience. And maybe you're not their target audience. It's nothing personal. It's business.
Mm-hmm. That's a huge point. And the other huge point that I don't want it to be lost that Muhammad made is a lot of times you need to do the work. You need to show. Sometimes people are not getting the support they want because you haven't really proven that you're serious about this. There are instances where people try all kinds of things, and that's not necessarily the bad thing, because sometimes it takes that. Sometimes it takes you trying different things. Sometimes it takes time. But if your family and friends are seeing you constantly, there's one thing to trying different things, but how much time are you really giving it? I go back to the example with the people who want results in 2 or 3 weeks. So if they're seeing you try a different business, a different product, a different service, like every other month, and then you're complaining that nobody supports me. Well, they don't know what you're serious about. It's like, please, you're going to be doing something else in the next 60 days. So you have to do the work to demonstrate, no, I'm serious about this. I'm committed to this. I know what you saw or what you've seen over the last year or over the last 5 years, but this is different. And so just keep that in mind as well. But yes, without a doubt, that's why it's so important to understand your target market and who that really is, and that you're not here for everybody. That can be really difficult for a lot of entrepreneurs, would-be entrepreneurs. Even just marketers to get, because, some of us are like, my product, my service is wonderful. Everyone needs to experience it. Even if that's true, even if they need to, they may not want to.
Right.
And so you have to really take that into consideration. So y'all, this has been absolutely wonderful. We're going to wrap up. I almost think we need a part 2. I don't know. We have to, maybe without all this event and all the other stuff that comes with that. Maybe I'll do a panel on the podcast because I have enjoyed this so much as well. So in wrapping up, I just want to go around to everyone, and 2 things. I want you certainly to share anything you want to share about your business. If there's anything you're doing right now, Muhammad already mentioned that he's excited about this 10,000 mailer, but really anything you want to share about your business, you want people to know about your business. And also, oh my goodness, there was a question in there as well, and I'm drawing a blank. Maybe I'll remember. So let's just go. Let's go with that for the time being, because there was also a question, a last question I wanted to ask. But let's start with just sharing about what your business, and also, of course, how people can connect with you and keep in touch with you. So let's just do a round robin. Let's start with Nancy.
I wasn't quite prepared for that, but okay. Well, I am. I have just created my first masterclass. I've been a coach for several years, but just really been focused and worked on a masterclass called Crisis to Recovery, and it's really the foundation of my life. Loss and struggles and challenges, distractions, discouragements along my journey. And so that's been amazing. Just actually the creating process in itself has been amazing for me. So I am really passionate about helping women to rise above the noise and the distractions that can take them off course. And I love providing practical tools that deepen our relationship with God, that God connection, and strengthening and also protecting their spiritual journey. I think that's really important. I think it's always good to remind women of that warrior woman within. So, people can find me at nancydalkey.com. And like I said, I wasn't quite prepared for that. I don't know. Rachel, you would know. What else would I add?
I think you did well. I think that is great. We're both excited about Crisis to Recovery. So thank you. Nancy, spell your name just in case someone might not be watching. And you know, you know how we have these last names that require
You're right.
spelling
You're
sometimes.
right. Well, of course, Nancy is Nancy. My last name is Dalkey, Dahlke. So nancydalkey.com.
Thank you. Muhammad.
Yes, again, I am a financial advisor, primarily focusing on tax-free retirement strategies. I can be reached at rooftopfinancialsolutions.com. I am committed to assisting individuals and families in achieving whatever their financial objectives may be. Recently partnered with an estate planning attorney. So, you know, if you reach out to me and we start putting together a plan, I can also connect you with an estate planning, because again, wills, trust, and estate planning are very key. Build up a lot of wealth and then have your family fighting over it in court is not the best idea. But and the fact of the matter is that, you know, life insurance, retirement planning, most people who don't have, most people that go to work every day and don't have those plans is probably because they think it's not affordable. And I work with everyone. Yeah, I have clients that may roll over $1 million 401k, but I have clients that pay $25 a month just to make sure they have some life insurance. So feel free to reach out to me at rooftopfinancialsolutions.com. You can send me an email through that website. If you request a book, I'll mail you a book on tax-free retirement, on stress-free retirement. I'm here to serve. And Rachel, Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be on the panel.
Wonderful. And I remembered the question. So Nancy, if you want to answer this, I'll come back to you. But the question that I want to include in the wrap up, and Muhammad, if you want to answer this, you can. Is there something that you wish you would have known sooner that you know now, sooner in your entrepreneurial journey, sooner in your growth journey, just something that has made a difference that you wish you would have known before?
I think the one thing that comes to mind is that I wish I would have really focused more on my own personal skill set. In other words, like I've found myself over the years involved in other organizations, and other financial services companies where they were trying to get me to become who they wanted me to be. Like everything that I'm doing today I thought about doing 20 years ago, but I didn't allow that thought. You know, a lot of times we may be immersed in something, but the world tells us it's a bad thing to quit. So you hear all the time that quitters never win and winners never quit. That's not always true. Because if you're in an abusive relationship, you might want to quit that. If the boss on your job is treating you bad, you might want to quit that. So there are times to just say, hey, you know what? This is not serving my purpose. This is not helping me get to where I want to be. This is not contributing to who I am. So it's okay to quit. And so, looking back 20 years ago, I wish I would have focused more on the vision that I'm now working on today.
Okay, got you. Sonia.
Are we answering the question or are we doing the?
Both.
Okay.
Let people know how to connect with you and the question.
Okay, so to the question, just that it's levels to coaching or working with people. Like, who should you work with at this stage of your business, right? And so I could have saved a whole lot of money if I had known I needed this piece first, this piece next, and this piece, instead of listening and trying to put it way up here and then you working your way down and you still got to go back up. And so I think that's one of the biggest things that I learned. Like, stop hopping on the 6 figures in 6 months trying, So I think that's like one of the biggest things that I tell anybody. Don't do it. Right. So back to me. So my name is Sonia Pelton Sam. You can go ahead and reach me if you see right there at S Pelton Sam on IG. If you want any of my services, guess what you can do? You can go ahead and just go in there and DM me. Facebook is Sonia Pelton Sam, the Glam Coach. So feel free to message me on there, or you can always reach me at 1-844-888-GLAM. So what are the services that I'm offering you, right? I'm helping you create those digital products and those physical products that can make you some ching-ching. Y'all need some ching-ching in your life, right? And what are those things like? Digital products can be anything from books to workbooks, online courses, journals, opt-in templates, magazines. I've done a couple of magazines, wall hangings that people can just go right in there. They can download, get them printed somewhere else, educational tools, things like that, in templates, right? And so what's the difference in that digital product if you decide to do it? It's like hands off. Once you build it, once you put it in an automated system, it goes straight to the client. You get your money and they get their product. That's it. If you decide this route, beautiful physical products, right? I do those. I do very customized planners, workbooks, journals, beautiful thing on the inside. I think it's nothing like the ones that I can say that I create for people. If you guys want to just hop in there and look, if you want a free consultation, hop in there. I will give you guys a free 15-minute consultation and really show you whether it's coloring books or anything you want to create. We can go through and we can create that for you. So make sure you do that. I have free gifts for you guys. Go over to theglamcoach.com. Go in and get that free gift. Or I have an app on Apple. If you have Apple, go to Launch Your Vision. It's 21 days. It's guaranteed to shift your life. If you shift your life, you can shift your business. So go check that out. Make sure you guys get in contact with me because I would love to talk to you.
All right. And I just have to quickly say, I have to interject, Sonia has done some graphics for me. The overlay that you see now I did that, but she did the original, like the overlays I use most of the time when I'm going live and using this tool. She did those for me. She did like 3 of them for me. Now, she did give me a little friend discount. So I don't know, all of y'all not going to get that necessarily. But it is worth it. And her growth over the last couple of years or so has been just amazing. She's right. I mean, she started out really focusing on vision boards, and now I've gotten into all kinds of things. So I just wanted to use that as an example of the things that she does. Shemaine.
Oh, and also, guys, if you want to learn how to work this StreamYard like she had it with all these graphics, I do. I teach one-on-one classes. So I have a few different one-on-one business classes where you actually learn how to go in, whether it's Canva, StreamYard, and how to work those different tools. And we can do one-on-one sessions to help you really level up and work those. And you come out with product. So I don't leave you guys empty-handed. You actually come out with actual products during those sessions.
All right. Okay. Shemaine.
One of the things that I wish I'd known before growing up is just that I could be my own boss, and being educated in a sense of knowing that I didn't have to go to college if that's not what I wanted to do. I feel like I only went to college because I thought that was what you were supposed to do. And had I known that before, I don't think I would have gone to college. I would have been my own boss, and I would have started my business well after, or probably while I was in high school. So just like you, Sonia, I was actually doing hair in high school as well, but I never thought that I could be a boss. I never thought that I could own my own business. And I would always wonder, like, how did these people do that? Like, how are they being successful in running their own companies? And I was never educated in that field. So I really do wish that I'd known that before. But you can reach me on Instagram at ivygrace_boutique, Facebook at Ivy Grace Boutique 2020, or you can shop on my website at ivygraceboutique.net. And I am really looking forward to empowering women and hopefully bringing more awareness to women and families who have experienced loss through a miscarriage.
Absolutely. And I have to make a quick comment as well, with Shemaine. For one thing, that very nice hat she's wearing, I have one in red actually that I thought about wearing, and I wasn't sure if y'all were ready for that because it just is so dope. But I yes, she's my sister-in-law, but I love a lot of the clothes and what she sells through her boutique. But I also want to speak to Shemaine has also helped my brother boss up. Some of you know I have a younger brother. We are 11 and a half years apart, roughly. I'm older. And I've always known my brother's had tremendous potential. There was a time, though, he was not always really using that potential. But after getting married and having kids, he has really, my brother is now full-time entrepreneur. My brother left Pepsi after, 7, 8, 10, I forget.
11 years.
Okay, 11 years. And I remember one time he was saying, he was living the dream. That was all there was for him. But that changed as things do change. And he is doing very well as well as a full-time entrepreneur, running his own, lawn business, landscaping business. So I am appreciative for, what you have done for him and just y'all's family overall. So Nancy, did you want to share what you wish you would have known? Because you didn't get a chance to do that.
Absolutely. I wish I wouldn't have tried to do it all on my own for so long. Like I said earlier, nobody can do it all. And I tried to do it all because at the time I didn't have the finances to hire somebody to do some of the things. So I felt like I had to do it all. I think that's probably the most important thing is, someone else sometimes can see in you what you don't see in yourself. Yeah. So having someone to encourage you, support you, but also, and I think this speaks more to, working with a coach and consultant, like my relationship with you, Rachel. You've seen things in me that I haven't always seen in myself. And we didn't even know each other before working together. So I think that that's important. The accountability is helpful. Though I got incredible work ethic, so that's not a problem. But, again, you've seen the things that maybe I don't, and good and bad. So I think it's important to have someone in your life, even in your personal life, that you can trust, someone that supports you and who can either call you out or lift you up, whatever you're needing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I almost hate to end it, but good things, or some good things, I'll say, come to an end. So again, I want to thank all of you. I did not take anyone's time for granted. I often say that, you know, money is it. A lot of people focus a lot on money, but money is replaceable. You know, they print money all the time. I think daily, pretty much, but you cannot get time back. So I don't take it for granted, whether it's panelists, whether it's speakers, whether it's attendees. Anytime you're spending some time with me or any platform that I'm on, I am appreciative of that. So I think y'all have gotten a lot from this and from these speakers. So by all means, support them, connect with them, find out more about what they do, and let this inspire you. Let this drive you. Hopefully, no one saw this and you come away thinking you cannot do something, or thinking, you know, well, he had this, he had, you know, like Muhammad had this mother who was an entrepreneur, so he saw that, he, you know, that was modeled for him. But most of the rest of us didn't see that. My parents were not entrepreneurs. I didn't see that. You know, I talk about, I mean, my father had a lawn business too with my two uncles, but it was very much on the side. So, you know, this was not something modeled for me and my brother. Some of you and a lot of others out there who may see this, that's not a requirement. And so just know that, you know, that we're all coming from different paths, different scenarios, different childhoods. It can all work. Okay. Mm-hmm. So with that, I'm going to wrap up this segment. I am going to keep Sonia on a bit longer. She's going to talk just a little more about what she has going on, because she is also one of our sponsors. Muhammad is a gold sponsor. Day, who left earlier, she was a sponsor. And Sonia are also sponsors. And so we want to hear from our sponsors. We've already heard from Day and Muhammad. So I'm going to say farewell to the rest of you. And
again,
stay
Thank
warm.
you for having us
nice
on,
meeting you, ladies,
Rachel.
as well.
It was nice meeting you all.
You
Right.
too. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right. So Sonia, let me just change this up a bit, and I'm going to give you the floor for the next few minutes. That was pretty cool. All right, so I'm going to jump off and let you have. Wait a minute. I don't hear you.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Sonia Pelton Sam, also known as the Glam Coach, where I help you G, get up now, L, love yourself, A, affirm your belief, and M is some things that you can make happen right now in your life and in your business. That's right. I help business owners create digital and physical products, honey, that sell and make you some money. If you haven't heard it before, that is what I do. If you don't have a digital product, guess what? You are leaving a lot of money on the table, guys. And when I say a lot, I do mean a lot of money. And you ask yourself, and you ask me, what are digital products? Maybe you don't know. So digital products are things like books and workbooks, planners, online courses, journals, opt-ins, scripture quote, and affirmation cards. I'm going to show you guys. With the lighting is bad, if you can kind of see them. These are really cool things like this that you can sell and make you some extra money, especially like if you're having a vending event or something like that. So you can send them over to your digital products, and then on your table, you can have your physical products, right? It can be things like journals, opt-ins, templates. Templates are hot. You can sell people templates. Magazines are awesome. They're a great way to network and connect with other people, right? And bring in some money. Printable wall hangings and posters, and even educational tools. So working with me, I have done for you. That's right. I said done for you, like PLR, done for you planners, workbooks, opt-ins, and journals. Great for coaches, great for consultants. And I have a couple in most industries, especially if it's like health, fitness, finance. We have some things ready to rock and roll and get you going really fast. Great part is Once you have those, I can help you set up great stores, digital product stores, so that you can start selling immediately online. And then we can take those things and we can publish them, right? Turn them into some great, if you guys can see this with the light, physical products. You can see some behind me. These are some things that come out of some of these books. I have a store called Vision Board Boutique. And so I have a lot of awesome, amazing things in Vision Board Boutique.store on Etsy. But this is like a planner. We have awesome stuff for the year and things like that. Coaches, you got to come see me. So how can you reach me, right? You can go to S. Pelton Sam on IG. Go to S. Pelton Sam on IG and just go ahead and DM me, Sonia Pelton Sam, the Glam Coach on Facebook. Message me. I do go ahead and I message back. You can call me at 1-844-888-GLAM, 1-844-888-GLAM, or you can text Vision to 817-715-4247, guys. Make sure you guys get in touch with me. And if you guys want things like going live and you want those great banners and things like that, or you want to learn how to make your own graphics for social media, you want to make your own workbooks, you want to make your own journals, I do one-on-one classes to help you guys level up in that area too. So come see me, guys, if you want to do that. You just want to launch that business, get a good start up. I am your business coach. I'm the person that you guys want to see. So I'm going to leave you guys with this. If you don't have some digital and some physical products, you need to see Sonia Pelton Sam, the Glam Coach, so we can help you make some ching ching. See you later.
All right. All right. So you guys have heard Sonia. Thank you very much. And I know I hadn't shared this with you yet. I'll do so kind of publicly, because Sonia and I had talked about her doing some work for this event, actually like a workbook or a planner. And I thought about it and I'm like, I think I want to do that for something else I have in mind. So we'll have to revisit that, because I'm like, yeah, I mean, because what she showed me was so great. And so I started, the wheels started turning. And I'm like, yeah, I need to do that for that. So yeah, she does amazing work. So thank you very much, Glam Coach.
Thank you. They can go to theglamcoach.com and go to the See My Work page and see some awesome work that I've done if you just want to check it out.
All right. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So guys, we are going to grab another quick break. Probably about, let's say, 10-minute break. And then I'm going to come back and wrap up. So, okay, I was just making sure I'm not missing. I see a comment and I see, okay, all right. So we're gonna grab a break and I will be back to wrap up. Cold weather. I mean, I knew a lot of people were going to be on because the little glitch earlier. But the tool I'm using though, it wasn't showing anybody was on, and I was trying to check Facebook too. You know, okay, hold on. Hello. Okay. Hello. I am back. So, you guys, that was awesome. If you were on for the panel, that was absolutely awesome. I just a bit more on that in just a moment. It was brought to my attention that this last segment, or during the break, or maybe the beginning of the break, that you guys could hear me. And I know now because I did not actually remove myself from the stream. And so I'm laughing because I don't think I said anything bad or anything. I may have said something about it has been interesting dealing with the technology and to some degree weather, and so there's been a few glitches here, but that's okay. And it's just a reminder, just what we were talking about before. You're not going to be perfect. There are going to be things that come up, things that happen that you prefer they not happen. But it all comes together in the end. And so hopefully that is a lesson to you all as well. You may have heard me talking. You may have heard me playing with my dog because I had to go let her out because she was about to kind of bust. Now, I tried to let her out earlier on an earlier break, and she didn't want to go out then. So of course she needed to go out now. And so anyway, I just wanted to address that. And also because it's kind of funny. I was talking to my good friend about that. So you guys, just to wrap up, yeah, the panel was absolutely amazing. If you did not get some value from that, if you were not inspired by that, I don't know what to tell you. You may not be capable of being inspired if that's the case. As I said before, we all have different paths. We have different journeys. We come from different places. And when I say places, that's not just physical, different places in terms of our families, our backgrounds, and what have you. And you're probably hearing our dog bark now. I don't know what she's barking at, but she's been very good all day. But of course, now she would be barking. So we all have these different paths, but we all can draw from that, good or bad. So just keep that in mind. And that is a big part of bossing up. And so before we end, I want to give you the opportunity, if you want to go further, if you want help, if you need help. I talked about accountability, visibility, profitability. And those things only come with you taking the right action. We've kind of laid the groundwork here, but there's a lot more to this. I think it was Sonia or maybe Shemaine, I forget now, who said, there's levels to this. And so if you know that you need some help in bossing up, if you need more accountability, because it's all connected. The things I talked about earlier in terms of having a boss vision, mindset, the planning, and then the brand, the boss brand, that comes together to make it easier for you to create that profit, because then you can make more money. You can generate more revenue. You find ways to lower your expenses. And so that tends to lead to more profit. That may require you to show up more. That's the visibility, the more visibility. And some of you are resisting that. Some of you are resisting really showing up and being front and center when that's exactly what you need to do. And that may be what God wants you to do. I talked about that as well from the beginning. I am a God girl. I'm a Christian. And when your plans line up with his plans, it's hard to go wrong. Now, that doesn't mean that there won't still be some challenges. That doesn't mean that everything will just go exactly the way you want it. It'll just be a cakewalk, but you know then that you're on the right path. And so it's just a matter of leveraging the right strategies, the right plans, especially once you know that you have the right plan, and executing from there. I know for some people, they have a problem with the execution part, with really taking action and continuing to take action. So I work with clients in a few ways, but really 3 key ways. One is consulting, and what I actually call co-sulting, which is just the right combination of consulting and coaching. Okay. I spent a lot of time in my former life, my corporate life, consulting. I understand there is a difference between coaching and consulting. Some people don't realize that. A lot of my clients, they either need both, they need a combination of both, or they just need consulting, because consulting is more about the how and coaching is more about the why. And so that is a key part of what we do through Swag Strategy Solutions: brand and marketing, consulting. The second part, digital products. You know, Sonia talked about that. We also help marketers create digital products. She is a beast when it comes to especially the journals, the planners, and she does both digital and physical. I don't get into physical, but if you are looking to create a masterclass, a course, an audio course, an email course, some type of digital, a guide, a digital product that you can use to either attract leads, because you can use digital products as a lead generator, a lead magnet, or as a paid product. And digital products are one of the best ways to really to have that whole get paid or make money while you sleep kind of experience, because essentially you do the work once, or if you don't want to do it, you can hire someone to do it. And whether it's a book, whether it's a course, whatever it is, once it's done, it's just a matter of promoting it. It's just a matter of selling it. And so that is the other part in which we work with clients. And then with content, we talked about content earlier. Content is extremely important. I don't see that changing, especially in this marketplace and with people becoming more tech savvy, more digitally driven. People are looking for content that supports a company, a marketer, a brand's message, and also helping to show them that this is the right choice for them. So if you are really looking to connect with your customer, you're really looking to, create that whole know, like, and trust factor, and also show them, as I said earlier, also show them that you know them, that you understand them, then a wonderful way to do that is creating solid, customized content that really speaks to your unique value proposition and what you have to offer to your potential client. And so whether that is social media content, it could be email content. Maybe you really don't know. Maybe you have an email list, but you're really not sure what to say to your email list, how to nurture them, how to create email campaigns or a social media campaign, or just to keep consistent content in front of your target audience. That is what we can help you do. And so I just wanted to go over that. And one service in particular that I wanted to tell you guys about is the Operation Figure It Out and Get It Done, because we've talked a lot about kind of how to do that in terms of bossing up, but you really may need more help. You may need to dive a bit deeper. You may want one-on-one help, and this provides that. All right. The Operation Figure It Out and Get It Done is a one-on-one private session. It's actually a 75-minute session. So this is for people who don't necessarily need to spend a month, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, however long it may take in a course. They don't need to be in a 6-month mastermind. And it's not to say those things are not good and there's not a place for those things, but sometimes you need like really a shot in the arm. Sometimes you need a way to fast track your progress. And so this is a power-packed 75 minutes that we spend together. It's somewhat of an intensive, focusing on a specific thing in your business, a specific project, a specific product, a specific goal that you have. Maybe you want to focus on your social media strategy. Maybe you want to focus on your content. Maybe you want to find out, how can I better, more effectively connect with my audience? That's not really working for me. I'm putting stuff out there. I'm emailing. You may even be making calls, and it's not really working. And so there's a reason for that. And you may not be able to figure that out on your own. That's okay. We talked about that before. And so this is a session that gives us a chance to really hone in on a specific project or a specific goal that you have, that you're looking to create, a specific way that you are looking to boss up in your business. It could be planning your content for the rest of the year. People do that. You really can plan. I can show you how to plan your content for the rest of this quarter, for the rest of this year, so that is done. Okay. Or the outline, the foundation of it is done. And it's just a matter of, kind of filling in some things. Now, we do offer done for you services. So if you really want, for some of this stuff to just be taken off your plate altogether, if you're like, you know what, Rachel, just create. Can you just create some content for me for the next month? Or maybe you want to do it on a retainer basis, and so this happens every month. We can certainly discuss that as well. But the Operation Figure It Out and Get It Done is an excellent offering for those who just really want to focus in on something specific. So we spend that 75 minutes together. If you like, I give the client the option that we can split that into 2 sessions. And since it's 75 minutes, I'm okay with it being 80 minutes. So if you would like, we can split it into 2 40-minute sessions. And that is typically digitally. That's usually done via Zoom. Now, if you're in the Houston area, I am not against meeting in person. Preferable if you've been vaccinated. But that is an option. All right. But usually it is done via Zoom, where we spend either 2 sessions together, or we can spend the whole 75 minutes at once. And prior to that, there is an assessment. So there are questions that you answer to better prepare me, and really you too, because some of these questions may be questions that you haven't thought about. And so that is a way to prepare us for the session and make sure I get all the information I need to help you and give you the help that you need. That's really going to move the needle and get you the results you want. And then after that session, you have still have access. You have email access to me for the next 2 weeks. And so if questions arise after that, if there's, something else that comes up that you want to address over the next 2 weeks after that, we can communicate via email. All right. And so that is something you are interested in, then definitely let me know. You can either drop a comment. You can shoot an email to info@swagstrategy.com. Again, that is info@swagstrategy. That's SWAGSTRATEGY.com. And if need be, we can jump on a call if you want to know a bit more. I mean, that's about the gist of it. But if you want to discuss that, we can do a 20 to 30 minute call and discuss further. But if you know that's something you want to do, then let me know. All right. And the investment for that is $700. All right. So let me put that out there. It's $700. You can, of course, pay that in full, or if need be, there is a payment plan or an installment plan. You can do 2 payments for that. And I got to tell you, that price, that investment is going to go up. All right. And so I don't know if you've dealt with many consultants, coaches, most one-on-one, and in particular private consultations, and especially like this, where we are really working on something specific, usually it's 4 figures. And so I think this is really kind of a bargain. I mean, everyone may not look at it that way. But yeah, I would say, again, compared to what else is out there in the marketplace, this is something you don't want to miss, because this time next year, and really even, I would say by next quarter, that is definitely going to be more. So you can take advantage of this now. Again, the operation Figure It Out and Get It Done, $700 investment. And of course, we can talk about the other services as well. If you want to find out more about my VIP intensive brand, the breakthrough brand experience, that is another private consultation that's more involved. We can talk about those things as well. So there you go. I'm just going to do a last quick check for comments. You know, there have been all of these tech glitches, and I have not been able, I know there have been people on, but for some reason, I've only seen a couple comments today, and I don't know. It's like it's not showing up elsewhere. So yeah, we will have to kind of reevaluate how we deliver virtual events going forward, because I thought this would be a good option, going through Facebook and using it with StreamYard, which is the live streaming tool I use. And yeah, not so much, at least not in this particular way. So I will just say, because I'm not seeing comments, if you have a comment, if you have a question about anything I've covered, then definitely send an email again to info@swagstrategy.com. You can also DM me. You can DM me on Facebook, Rachel W. Thibodeaux, Rachel Wilson Thibodeaux. You can DM me over on Instagram, Rachel.theswagstrategist, Rachel.theswagstrategist, or on LinkedIn. So any of those places you can send me messages. And before we wrap up, just last thing, just to reiterate how you can be entered into the contest. You have to do at least 2 things to be entered, 3 things to be entered for the social media or the brand audit. So you can either follow me on Instagram. If you're already doing so, then just show me that you are following me. You can write a review of my podcast, Project Get Out Your Own Way podcast. You can join the private Facebook group with a similar name to this event, Boss Up Show Up. That's the Facebook group, Boss Up Show Up on Facebook. You can tag me on social media. So whether it's Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, anywhere you tag me and just mention this event, mention, that you attended the event and would love to hear how great it was. And you can also use the hashtag Boss Up Show Up. So if you hashtag Boss Up Show Up also on social media, any of those things will get you entry into the contest for 3 different prizes. 1, a free copy of my book, the physical copy, an autographed copy of Brand Sale Profit, also the free audit, your choice, social media or brand audit, or a $50 Amazon gift card. All right. Okay. All right. Very good. Remember, you will have access to the recording for 10 days following this event. So if you missed anything, if you were not able to attend live at all, then definitely check out the recording. So guys, it has been wonderful. Again, I appreciate you joining. As I said before, don't take anyone's time for granted. And so whether you spent 5, 6 or so hours with me, or you spent 20 minutes, I do appreciate your time. And I really hope that you found some value in this. I mean, I don't know how you didn't with everything that was shared between what I shared, the panel. I mean, there have been so many gems, and maybe you didn't catch all of it, but just believe, just trust me, just go back and check out the replay. Lot of gems, a lot of value shared today. So it is time. It is 2022. It's really past time to boss up, to show up, and if needed, to also grow up. All right. So this has been Rachel Wilson Thibodeaux. Until next time, take care and take some action.